Hello, hello. I'm starting now. Thank you for your patience. Val was telling a story. It was a very funny story that was not appropriate for stream time. It's a story I might allow on my own personal streams, but like if I'm streaming the Lackadaisy channel, it's like, okay. Although maybe we'll loosen that up later, I don't know. But yeah, so I got Owl. Owl got, the tie downs for Owl got, I did all the keys for it are tied down. But now Owl needs, the Owl needs to have the breakdowns and the in-betweens tied down now. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let's turn this music down just a scooch. Just like a hair, so it's not overpowering. There we go. There, now it's a bit lower. Hey folks! Yes, I am back again! Hello! I'm glad you like my work. Oop, let me, move that to one side. You don't need to see that. Hello! Hi. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to be rude, but I was like, it's like 3, and I gotta start. So yeah, now they can hear us, yeah.
Oh, it's no problem. It's no problem.
I was telling chat. I was like, sorry, it was Val's story time, and that's very important.
I'm sorry. It's just me trying to like present it in an entertaining way.
Oh no, it's hilarious, and I love it. That's why I wasn't like, okay, bye.
I worry that like my attempt to entertain like makes the story too long sometimes.
No. It was more like Val's cocaine story. Is this appropriate for the Lackadaisy YouTube channel?
No, it is not.
I'm not currently drunk enough to say yes. It's like you would have to modify a couple of things maybe for it to be okay. But yeah,
definitely. But
Val's cocaine story is otherwise very funny, though.
I was just going to pop back and quickly say I'm going to head off because it's getting pretty late for me. I got some shit to do. I just wanted to pop in and check if you got the package yet or and stuff.
Yep, I will let you know. I'm gold. Like, have you seen this owl?
Owl?
Do you see the owl? Like, you can...
It's on stream.
It's on stream, but also if you go to the animation channel... Go to the animation channel.
Yeah, I did just see this on the animation channel, actually. Yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, and then Rocky screams and the owl's like, oh no, fuck off. This super judgy owl. So I'm trying to get this... My goal for today is to get all the breakdowns tied down and hopefully the in-betweens tied down as well. So if I can finish it today, that would be awesome. If I don't, then tomorrow I'll have minimal amount of stuff to do. And then I'll have to think about what I want to do tomorrow. But I'm kind of hoping maybe... I'd like to maybe do like a poker stream or something at some point.
I get you. Yeah, no, that'd be nice. I haven't played poker in ages.
We gotta do...
I'm gonna head off, though.
We gotta get you... We gotta play poker with you. Jason wants to play poker. We taught Mike how. We taught Ash how.
No.
We taught Kaz how. Let's see what else. Yeah, we've been playing with a few other crew members who, like, they love poker.
It's not going to be like the Uno stream, will it?
No, it's a lot easier. Well, first of all, it's just in a browser. You don't have to, like, download and do all that crap.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so there's nothing to install. In fact, with poker, we don't even have to have people, like, all in the work server to chat with each other, like, because it has its own microphone system. So you can, like, talk to people through the browser instead, so you can invite friends. If you feel like it.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
But yeah, we had the...
I am gonna go then, okay? Yep. So I got some stuff to do. You take care of yourself though, Fable. I hope the stream goes well.
I hope so too. If I can get this owl done, it'll be very good. Yeah.
I believe Tracy has like a repairman doing something, so that's why she's muted.
Oh, is that what she said? Okay.
Yeah. Just so you know. Anyway, I will catch you later, Fable. Take care of yourself. Have a good stream, anyone who's watching.
Thank you. Yeah, we got lots of folks in already.
Cool.
Like,
ta-ta.
Bye, man. Alright, now it's just me and Tracy. Where's my little Discord thing go? It should show Discord voice chat. Why is this not working? That's super frustrating. Let me see if I can't get that to work. Discord over OBS overlay. Is it just misbehaving? I think it is misbehaving. Okay, let's see if that works. It did not. It didn't work at all. Damn. Oh wait, I know why. There we go. Yeah! Now it should work. Alright. Let's try this again. Yay! Now it works. It worked. Hurrah. There. Now you can see who's in. Now it's nice and obvious. Hello. Hello. Wow, we got so many people in. Hello. So yeah, who we got in the YouTubes? On the YouTubes, who is in? Let's find out. Let me look at the channel itself. What does it say? It always shows less people than there actually are. It says 56 are watching right now, but participants in chat is way lower. That's silly. Hello, 54 people now. Hello. And then on Twitch, we got a handful of folks. Lackadaisy seems like the account name you use for when Tracy is AFK. No, it's just her Discord name. Alright, let me get my work gloves on. Why? Yeah, I don't know why Twitch does that. Or it says that it's like 9 viewers, and I know it's a different number than it actually is. And YouTube also, it's like, I think participants on YouTube is like whoever is posting to the chat room. So it'll say a certain number is watching, but participants equals like whoever is actually talking in the chat room. Otherwise, it doesn't acknowledge your existence there. Alright. There we go. Let's keep this up. Keep this up. And let's get flip on. Oh, doggy. Howdy. Who's that? It's Lee. Hey, Flea. What's going on?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to see the owl.
This is the owl. Welcome to Owl. It's good owl.
I just wanted to look at him.
It's the Nina owl.
Ooh.
The owl that makes you think of Nina. And so it is very frightening. A very scary owl.
Oh no, I think it is a cute owl. No, he's terrifying.
Nina's kind of cute if you think about it. She has big eyes. If she was Kitty, she'd be Squishy Kitty. If she also be Kitty, that would probably go scratch. You'd be like, no, but I want to hug you. You're cute. Cute, fat mama cat.
Aw.
Waco, can you, like, not, please? Oh, wait. I'm not, no, bud.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to see the owl. Didn't mean to pop in voice on accident.
No, it's fine. I'm just letting you know. This is live, though. Just so you know.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh,
Waco!
Hey, internet.
Oh,
This
God.
is our character designer, Lee.
hi.
Lee did
My
the model
cat just-
sheets. What did he do?
Oh, fuck.
No, he just like pulled on my sweater and it's now there's like thread sticking out of it. I have to go fix it. I'm going. Okay, I'm going. Bye.
That's cool.
Bye.
Bye. Let's see. I read the chat. Just like when you see me drawing, I'm probably concentrating on drawing, but I do look up and I look at the chat. Any tips on how to stay motivated? Eat a good food, have water, take good care of yourself. If you can take good care of yourself, then it's easier to stay motivated. If you're not in pain or, like, too anxious to focus. So if you are in pain and too anxious to focus, then work on those things, and then it's easier to concentrate. But also, when you have, like, longer-term goals, not just, I want to draw today, but rather, I want to do this project today, then your motivation is to finish the project, so it's a little easier. Also, like, deadlines and stuff, that's another way to stay motivated when you can't put it off forever. I'm glad you like the line art. Yeah, this is tie down, where I bring a little more on model so it's easier for the cleanup to do their bit.
Sorry about that.
Hey, no, Val said that you were, there was like a repair guy or something.
Yeah, dishwasher. Finally had a repair guy out for that.
Oh, nice. Yay! Now it's easier to wash dishes.
Yes, I can wash dishes again. Well, I was without doing it by hand.
Yeah. It's at least you're living on your own. It's fewer dishes.
Yeah, it's not
a
a lot of dishes, but the cats use more dishes
yeah,
than I do, so.
Yeah. Here, if our dishwasher breaks, it's like, uh-oh. So
yeah,
we got animals and humans.
Back up fast. Yeah.
Humans are nasty, so you gotta have all your cleaning stuff. Yeah. Double Cake says, maybe the short doesn't paint this owl in the best light, but I think they could be a good friend. I'm pretty sure this owl does not want to be friends. This is not the face of an owl that... Yeah.
Heard Rocky's impression of an Irish accent and was like, nope.
No. You can't. I opt out. Sarah Tanea Siri says, your drawing and animation will be more successful than Has Been Hotel. Well, God willing, maybe, but it's not up to
know.
us. We'll do everything we can for that. But
I mean, we're
it's
gonna
not
do
up to
our
us.
best, but yeah, I don't think we have that kind of like shippy teenager appeal. Like,
This is not aimed at teenagers. I think Has-Been is its range of aim is from like teens to adults, versus we're more young adult. In fact, like some of your fans are even like actually much older people because they love 20s stuff. So it's period.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong.
Oh no,
with, like,
no.
I like to ship things and
oh,
know,
totally, yeah,
really cool.
Yeah, I look
and
at the Has-Been fan art. I know what you monsters are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate those few readers I have who do like Lackadaisy for that reason, but it's really not. It's never caught on in that way, and so I don't really have any reason to expect that it's going to.
When some of the ship stuff appears in the tag, and I'm like, well, that's there. I sit there and be like,
ship whatever you like. I'm all for that, but
so it's not cub shit.
It's just I'm just
creepy.
saying I don't think it. I don't think it has like that natural like magnetism in that way.
Yeah. I'd say don't put it past the internet to turn it into that. You'd be surprised.
Well, I mean, there's always been like areas where it has like the Victor and Mordecai thing has always been kind of there.
Yeah. That actually led to, I saw someone on Twitter who was curious, who I guess they were shipping them. They were like basically screaming with a friend of theirs, and they tagged Newt in it. And they were asking, like, if gay marriage existed in Lackadaisy, and he explained that, like, given that it's a period piece, it's like, well,
I mean,
gay people certainly were in relationships. Yeah.
Yeah, they would be in relationships. Legally recognized marriage between same-sex couples,
no, that's very recent.
Would not have been.
No.
Yeah.
Not that people weren't living together and basically married. They're, just they didn't have the same rights. Yeah.
Yep, they would make their own arrangements. There were things called lavender marriages and things like that where like that was actually fairly common. Gay men would frequently marry a woman and then like use it basically as cover so they could live their their other life, and in the
that was the acceptable quote unquote way to do it.
Yeah,
that's one reason why
like,
you have these older people who are so insistent on folks have to like be in the closet. They're like, well, I mean, I don't like gay marriage. Why can't gay people just get married like normal and then they can do whatever they want on the side? It's like
gay people have been getting married for a long time.
They were.
Like, I mean,
they've existed. They just people insisted that they do it all in super duper private, and it's like, well, you know what? Maybe that's miserable. So
I've been reading Louise Brooks's memoirs about like her days in Hollywood and then like traveling over to Europe and making movies over there and things like in the Weimar Republic and Germany, and it's all like there's just so much like the heterosexual sex is like way less than like they were just like she had female partners and there were like so many other actresses who were like way more into women than they were into men. And
yeah, speakeasy culture, like a lot of queer culture actually was born out of speakeasy culture. Like you can see the beginnings of all that back then. You're like, oh, that's where like drag shows and et cetera started, and it's all derives from there. So it's you can't if you do a period piece that takes place during this time and you don't have some of that, you're making an active choice to like leave it out basically. So that's why the elimination of the scenes in the Great Cadspear, like, what's the name of the guy? The
Fitzgerald? Oh, you mean McKee?
McKee, yeah, the McKee scenes where it's just like, that's gay.
It just glosses over what happened. And nobody seems to notice it. It's just like...
It's like, you can't interpret that as any other way than Nick done a gay. It's really...
You had a one-night stand with a guy, and the book doesn't make a thing of it. It's just like...
No.
Yeah, and no one seems to, like, pick up on it. It's kind of strange. Or people kind of just see what they want to see, I guess. I don't know. And
they skip over it. But also, I mean, the thing also is that I think when you're making adaptations, though, it's hard to miss that, actually. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think that the people who've made the films did not read
Yeah,
that.
I think-
you know, I
oh,
think they
certainly, like-
chose to leave it out.
Well, like they said, Truman Capote did his own screenplay of it, and
Mhm.
he certainly noticed that.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, if you're dissecting the book because you're writing a screenplay of it, like, you're gonna notice it, and you have to make, at that point, it's like you're making a conscientious decision to not cover it, or to just disregard it, or to change
It's also
the nature
just
of it or something.
really hard to
but,
ignore
like,
how
I
much
was-
Nick, like, is so enamored with Gatsby.
Yeah.
Like, so,
Yeah.
like, way more than usual. And
Oh
you
yeah,
could-
he's definitely got a man crush on him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah.
I don't know whether it's
and-
reciprocated. I don't think it is,
I
and
don't-
that's the sad part. But
Yeah, I don't
yeah.
think so. Gatsby is definitely like single-mindedly like focused on
Yeah,
Daisy,
that's-
which is his downfall. So
Yeah. I do, like, I
Um,
love queer interpretations of Gatsby where you like, where basically queer interpretations make Nick out to be much more of an interesting character than otherwise, because otherwise, if you don't have that in there, it's just so much more about Nick is a walking camera. He just follows everybody around. But
Yeah,
it's like,
he's
if you
just-
embrace
yeah.
that Nick is a
he's
person.
much less.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's much less of a.
Mhm.
He's not just a recorder of facts. He becomes a unreliable narrator. As soon as you
Yeah.
because there's information he's not giving you about himself, but he starts out the thing by talking about how he's an honest man and there aren't really many honest men anymore, and it's like, and that kind of just like spins the whole thing around. It's like, if he really isn't actually being honest, completely honest with the reader, then it's like right from the get-go.
That combined
it's a
with
whole different.
Fitzgerald's own history, where it's like
Yeah.
his own history was very much so like, you're repressing stuff, like, actively. And if you
yeah.
think about how Gatsby is so much written from, like, Fitzgerald's personal experience, then, you know.
He was definitely moving in circles where there would have been a lot of like,
Yeah.
there would have been a lot of gay relationships, and
Yeah, but the story's just so much more interesting to me when you think about it in that light, where it's like, where Nick as a character, because I remember in school, like, we didn't really talk about Nick as a character. It was always about Gatsby. But that's the thing, is that you can't, like, I was reading, like, me and Clint were reading, like, one of the books in the Narnia series, and we were reading Horse and His Boy, and first of all, I had forgotten how much racism there was in that book. It's like, holy shit. And then, on the other hand, also, like, we were observing how the character was written as a camera, and how that created so many problems with the narrative, where he was just, like, a non-entity.
Yeah.
And that can work in your favor, but the thing is that it's really hard to have a character that is interacting with other characters while also not being a person themselves. So, yeah, but, so I think, regarding Nick as just, like, a camera is really not a good way to, it makes the story interesting, less interesting, not more. So, okay, we got some comments in here. Our King says, honestly, after starting to watch Honeycast, I'm getting more into indie creators themselves more than their work. An animator can make two different shows and they will look entirely different and appeal to different people, so comparing animations isn't what I try to do. No, it's true. I'd say that, regards to us versus Has-Been, we pull from a lot of similar inspiration. Not all the same things. Like, Viz is a lot more into musical theater than either me or Tracy. Like, just chatted with Viz. She's deeply invested in that stuff, which is one reason why you see that kind of thing, that kind of theatricality and that musical nature in her work. But, like, she does pull from a lot of similar background of content that she has, like, looked at. And Tracy and I have, like, a similar background on a lot of stuff, but also I have, like, my own interests that have kind of filtered into this interpretation of Lackadaisy as well, with, like, how it's been stylized. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's just, whenever you get different people on a project, like, it's gonna all have, like, its own subtle influence. But yeah, I mean, when you are working on projects, you're typically not, like, everything's not centered on you, even when it seems like it would be, like in the case of me, as, like, I'm the director, but at the same time, like, I could go and be on a different project and I will deliver a much different feel, because that's the point, is, like, I have a lot of flexibility to what I do. Not every artist is like that, and honestly, the ones that can actually, like, have a really distinct look that they don't have to vary from, and they make a career out of doing that, that's amazing. That's really tough to do. But I personally, I have to be flexible because there's just not enough work for exactly what I want to do all the time, for me to focus exclusively on just those things. So I have to be a very, very adaptable person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you live.
Unfortunately, yeah, marketability is something when you're trying to be a career artist, you have to take that into account.
I am not very
like,
marketable.
You really just want to be, like, everybody just wants to be and do their purest, the self, and do the things that they're just genuinely interested in, and draw the way that they're genuinely interested in drawing, but, like, that's not the way the economy works. So,
well, on the other hand, also,
like,
I mean, I actually enjoy the challenge. Like, I like being able to flick between different projects.
Yeah, I
and
mean, there's
doing
definitely
different
like
things.
an art form in
Yeah.
itself, and being versatile, and being able to maneuver between different, or move from one project to another, and adapt, and learn things that way, and explore different things that you wouldn't have otherwise approached without having had, being tasked with it. But at the same time, you don't want to lose sight of who you are as an artist entirely, and give yourself over to that, so most of us have to find a happy medium place where you are finding that place that's marketable enough to keep your bills paid, but also still resonates with you on a personal level. And
yeah, I mean, that's one reason I have my own comic. I've had to put it to bed for a little bit because I've just been too busy, but I'm hoping that, hopefully with the trajectory of how my life is going, it'll be a little bit more stable than before, which means I'll be able to make time for it in the way that I haven't been able to before. And I just want to keep doing it because it's like I still want that space where I can do my thing my way, the way I want it to look, and it is extremely not marketable. It's very bloody and violent, and there's sexual stuff in it that is not friendly, and it's zombies, and a lot of people don't like those. Even when they're popular, they're not popular. But that's just the kind of thing that I want to do personally, and I didn't really want to be limited by other things. So I was like, I'll have my own website, and I'll make my comic, and I just wanted to do something kind of independently. So I had that, and so I'd have some satisfaction. One of these days, maybe it'll get me something, but. It would be nice if I could find a publisher for it, just so I can it can pay for itself to a degree where it's like I can literally afford to spend some time on it without worrying about it sucking money away from bills. Or I could just have a stable enough job that it doesn't matter if it costs me money. But that's been the thing, is for the past couple years I've been in such an unstable spot in my life that spending time on the comic meant not spending time on commissions and freelance.
It's sacrifice.
Yeah, it's like now I can't pay rent, so that's how much on the edge that I've been living for a while.
For the first 9 years I did my comic, I was working in the game industry and just fitting in the comic in at night, and that was hard. That was there were a lot of days I came home from work and I do not feel like doing comic, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I did get a really good pattern though of working on my comic and at least doing something every day. I did that don't break the chain thing, which was great as a way of teaching myself to keep dedicated to a project, because before I applied that idea to my work, I was often the kind of person who would just wait for motivation to happen. And what I realized is you can't do that. Don't wait for motivation. You just have to work.
You have to make work, doing the work, a ritual sort of, so that it almost feels uncomfortable to not be doing it when during those hours when you normally would be doing it, and that's what kind of gets you into that rhythm and the work rhythm. But yeah, you can't just wait for that. Nothing works that way. If only. Sarah Tenall, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Siri says, I'm so lucky because you answer my question, but you will be more famous to see me again. Just remember me. I'm your big fan, and I will subtitle your animation for Iranian people. Oh, well,
cool.
That would be awesome.
It'll be in.
You.
Is Iranian language? Is that called Persian? Is it Persian, or is it a different language? I'm very curious. I would love to see what how Iranian folks respond to the story.
Yeah, I would very much love to have it subtitled in.
It's always really cool when people who don't speak English, who aren't from the U.S. or an English-speaking country like Canada, get into it, because it's Oh, neat! It crossed boundaries. You know, it crossed cultures.
We were very excited to see like Russian fans doing.
Oh yeah, there
like
was some. There was some Russian fans that did a play. They did it before the shark was announced,
right.
But it was still. Yeah, no, we found the footage of it, and we were like excitedly watching. It was like, look at how they interpreted this. This is awesome. And we actually got to talk to them, and they were really sweet. So it's like they're still around, these fans, and they even still do some stuff. But that was really cool. And every so often it feels like a Chinese or Japanese fans. This is pretty freaking sweet. And some Korean fans. They're few and far between, but like when you see it, it's like because the story is so American. It's about a very specific time period in the United States, and the particulars of that. So if it can like appeal to people outside of Americans who know about that time period and have some connection to it, then that's really cool, because you know you would hope that the story could like be more widely appealing, like there's something that other people can connect to outside of just like the historical fact. So. But also I think a lot of different countries have their own kind of like prohibition periods just for different things, different lengths. The dynamics are very different.
Yeah,
underground subcultures are always a thing somewhere. That's why I've joked about like 2020 Lackadaisy. They run a dispensary instead. It's like, what's our current modern prohibition that everybody flaunts? They're just like, whatever. Maybe in the next 4 years, that won't exist anymore, and they'll get rid of that. Because there seems to be a lot of momentum to get rid of that now.
Yeah, it's certainly. Well, they pretty much decriminalized it, which isn't quite the same as legalizing it, but.
They should decriminalize a lot of things. It's
yeah.
was it Oregon? What state was it that actually straight up decriminalized all drugs recently? So you can't like get thrown in jail if you just happen to have heroin on you, which I think is good, because there's so many people who just, you know, they're junkies and they just get thrown in jail, and it's like, that's not helping them. That doesn't help you get over addictions. Throwing people in prison. So.
Yeah, it was Oregon. Yeah.
Oregon, yeah.
It decriminalized possession of drugs. So probably trafficking like is still criminal.
Yeah.
Like selling certain things, but like just having it isn't.
It's stupid to arrest people for having it. It's like you're taking. It's like if you like want to reduce people's dependency on drugs, going after the people who are receiving the drugs is not the answer.
Yeah, no, it's just like during Prohibition when they would raid individual speakeasies. It's like that's not the source of the problem. You got to go after the mobsters and the distillers who are actually like the source of.
But you see, that's more difficult. So why? It's like if you really wanted to solve the problem, you'd be doing something else.
It took more resources and planning and everything to do that, and so they would still like, in the interest of making a show of being effective, they would still raid speakeasies and things, because then they'd get it right up in the newspaper, and you know, these individual egotistical police officers and prohibition agents and stuff would get their face in the paper, but
just like nowadays when they're like, oh, look at this cocaine bust we made, you know, and it's like, okay, but what's the source, you know? And it's just always easier to go after the little guy. That has me very curious though, like Dominic in the story. He seems to be a little bit more serious in general. It's like he seems like he has plans. So I'm very curious what that guy's up to. Who's this mysterious good-looking kitty?
Yeah.
Who's this mysterious man threatening you?
Things.
Yeah. Up to things. Mysterious cat man. I'm curious. He's gotten not that much focus on him, but every time there is a little bit of him, it's like, who is this man? I think in a different story he'd be the protagonist even, but this isn't a police procedural.
Yeah, I kind of think of my approach to this as telling something similar to The Untouchables, but in reverse, so that it's focused on the criminals instead of the...
What was the thing that we said that Lackadaisy could be described as in a pitch? It was like,
it was way too accurate and it was disturbing. It was like,
what was it? It was like Always Sunny meets Boardwalk Empire.
Yeah.
which I love. Which it was like either Arrested Development or Always Sunny meets Boardwalk Empire, and I thought that was perfect. And I wish I had thought of that back when I was pitching it. Because that would have been such a great thing. It's like, wait. I mean, well, Boardwalk Empire, but it's funny.
Yeah, we can take that.
Yeah.
That's when we do ultimately have to, pitch it or whatever. But
no, famous.
But yeah, anything that's like dysfunctional family, and they're all awful, and and they never learn their lesson. Actually, that's not true. They all have an arc, but I don't know that it all goes toward a place of betterment exactly. But
I like that. I actually really appreciate like a lot of stories I've been seeing lately are less interested in having that upward moral swing. Like, and I feel like they became more common following. Well, there was The Sopranos, and then there was Breaking Bad, but I feel like post Breaking Bad is when I saw more of that kind of thing, because Sopranos was on HBO, so it was like a little less accessible. You had to have HBO, but Breaking Bad was on a different channel that was way more accessible, and it still did super well. So, and you started seeing more things like that, and then BoJack Horseman came out and demonstrated that you can have a cartoon that does the same thing, where you have like a downward arc. It's like this character that goes from a low to a high back down to a low, instead of from a high to a low to a high. And I prefer, like, I feel like an adult story is the one that doesn't have a high point as its end point.
It seems like kind of a response to the prior trend in storytelling of the problematic male being the anti-hero, sort of like being abusive and mean, and just but they're just misunderstood, and
BoJack Horseman does a very good job of being like, let's take that and let's dissect that. What if that, real people are like this?
So what is that really like, and what kind of like damage does it do to the people around them and everything? And let's focus on that instead of on glorifying the asshole for being an asshole. It's just like
The show really does not glorify BoJack. Like, you can watch BoJack, you can sympathize with BoJack and want him to do better, and yet you don't want to be BoJack. Like, you're like, no, that's miserable.
The interesting thing is, it wasn't clear it was going that direction after the first season. It seemed like it was actually going to be one of those shows where it's like, he's just, taking advantage and exploiting everyone around him, and we're still focused on him for some reason, even though he's just like the worst. But then the show just really turned it around. Like, I don't know if they planned that from the beginning, or if it just became self-aware.
I think a little bit of both, because the writer has made it very clear that he has over time like learned a lot, like during production, and like their approach to things. Like I remember it was during the last season, like they must have been already done with production when like the conversation about like casting white voice actors to play POC roles of being like much more at the forefront of conversations, and this has always kind of been in a low-key background, but people are mostly like waved it off as just like, well, whatever. But finally the conversation was popping up, and he actually said that he was like, if we did casting again, like we would would have cast someone different from
expressed regret for having taken the part and everything. And they were definitely like, they also did that whole meta thing about the personal assistants in like all striking and everything.
And that actually, like, all that production and like that episode came out before the personal assistant conversation even started, so they have they're not following the trend of the day. They're actually instead they're telling the issues that actually exist in this business, and they're talking about them before the wider public knows, which I think has done a good job of also bringing attention to the fact that Hollywood is not a uniform institution, that it has its classism, that most of the people who work in this business are average Joes who are at best middle class. Like, the vast majority are not celebrities. Not even actors. Like, most actors do not make crap loads of money. They actually make relatively little money, and they have work on the side that they do. And it's pretty common. Like, there are very few actors I've spoken to who are doing great financially.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we come out here to work because it's one of the few places where you can like make a living doing the kind of thing that you love to do like this. And there's like unions and stuff also that provide help with protections, and there's legal protections also if you're like, you know, queer, etc. For a long time, California was the friendliest state to be in if you were that. So it's a good reason to come here. It was just so there was a possibility even of legal recourse, even if some people ignore it. But the thing is that, yeah, I mean, that's most of the people working on anything that you're watching. But there's a limited number of people who actually benefit from all that work. So they're the ones who take home millions of dollars.
You have a spam bot in the...
Oh, I killed it already, don't worry.
Oh, you did? Okay,
I
cool.
can't delete the message, though, like from OBS, so...
yeah,
Lalo
you
was saying...
Twitch chat.
Yeah.
It's fine, it's not hurting anything being there.
Not right now,
just
anyway.
Don't click on the link.
Don't click the link. Don't feed the bot. Lalo says, Penn Jillette was talking on his podcast about how his son watches BoJack, and he was like, these are deep industry jokes, specifically referencing the 80s, and you're 14, how are you going to get any of these jokes?
Like, well, that's the thing, is, like, you can watch it without understanding all of the humor, or all of the references, because it's written multi-layered like that, you know? It's like you can kind of just enjoy the visual puns about the animals, and you can also enjoy the insider, like, Hollywood stuff if you kind of know about it, and then
you'd be surprised how little of BoJack is an exaggeration.
A lot of humor in there that I don't get, because it's like the studio system that, you know, is all self-referential, and so I'm sure like there's things.
I did like the PAs competing over a freaking pen. Just for the approval of this one writer, and they're like, I'm gonna earn this pen, and it's like totally worthless shit. And the thing with the mouse girl talking about how, you know, she's like, I've been through school, I did this, and this, and like, I am hungry for this job, and you just walk in here, you dude, and you just get all the praise and everything. Meanwhile, she's working her ass off, and that is so common. Yep. There's so many people who work their asses off to be in this job. They have expended so much time and energy, and they are, like, really amazing top-tier people, and they get passed over constantly for some dude who walked in. Because the guys in charge, who they sympathize with and empathize with, are going to be the dude who just walked in, because they're also the dude who just walked in, often. So, they'll be well-meaning, and while being well-meaning, still perpetuate a boys' club. Like, and they'll be otherwise really nice. They'll talk to you. They say all the right things and stuff, but they don't think about how they themselves are, like, generally not actually reaching out to change much of anything.
They're oblivious.
They're oblivious, and they'll be totally oblivious, and it's like, you don't have to be a hateful person or a bigoted person to still do things that benefit those people. When you're in a position of power, and you know that the status quo hurts people, and you're not like actively thinking about like what you can do to change things, it's a missed opportunity. And there's a lot of guys who don't think about that because they don't even know how much people struggle, because they don't listen to enough people for, well, that's their reality. And that's the thing, though, out here. It's just so many people who that is most folks. But trying to get these well-meaning dudes to understand what you've been through can be a struggle. So, you know, and then they'll be more judgy about, like, when you are having difficulties. So, because they don't get it. Sorry.
No. I mean, that's part of the nature of, not to get super political, but yeah, it's like the nature of privilege is that frequently the people at the very top of the chain, so to speak, are unaware of their privilege. And that's part of being privileged, is that you don't even have to pay attention to how the game works for everybody but you. You don't have to even pay attention to that. Like, it doesn't, you know. And so yeah, you're oblivious. But anyway, David CM says, I wished I wasn't in the European time zone because these streams always catch me at like 1 a.m. I guess we could try to do some earlier streams?
Yeah, it's been. I'd like to go earlier, but the thing is that I have had trouble waking up earlier because it's just like the world gets dark fast and I'm exhausted. So I start when I can, when I'm not going to be like exhausted on stream.
Right.
Basically.
It's like you can set your alarm and get up early to do an early stream, but then you're like your body is like attuned to being in prime working hours at a certain time, and so you like go into a stream and you're just like, I've tried that before.
I would like to start earlier, sure, but but I also I have animals and they require my attention before the streaming does. So
we've got some shop talk things coming up, and
those tend
at an earlier time. Double Cakes makes a good point that you can be just 14 and have a little reference for the 80s. Yeah, that's true, because so much of what our popular culture
Ready Player One is so much just like 80s fanboy shit.
It's all like so much of it is based on 80s. If it's not like directly referencing it, it's kind of responsive to it. It's like a, you know, all that like the Expendables and all that stuff is like all callbacks to 80s action movies and things like that. It's like pretty much everything. It has some aspect of it. Like a lot of the horror that comes out now is like referencing 80s horror tropes and things.
Because like the people who are making stuff now, that's what they grew up with, and so they're kind of they're iterating off of that. And like similarly, I mean, it's not shameful or anything. Like I am like
it's just the way it is.
This production riffs off of stuff that's from our childhood. But
I mean, generational stuff, like you inherit a certain perspective and a certain idea of what art is or film is or music is from your childhood, and then you pass that along in a way you alchemize it into something different based on your experience growing up, and then that will influence the next generation of artists. It's just like the environment you grow up with necessarily, like art isn't created in a vacuum. So
it's also like I think important to remember that what you grew up with was not the best ever. I mean, you can have an opinion that you're like, I like this more. Like, that's not what I'm saying. There's so many people, though, who are like, only the things from my childhood are any good, and everything else is garbage. And I'm always like, sure about that?
Yeah, no, that's a garbage outlook. Double Cake says, how much humor is referential to older stuff? I know a lot about older shows because so many referential jokes from comedies. Yeah, speaking of BoJack, it was all about, like, those sitcoms from the 80s and 90s, like, and it just, like, made fun of them quite a bit, which they really deserved, honestly.
Yeah.
They were so facile and one note, but it takes that material though, and then like elevates it to something else by saying something about it. So it's like a sort of a, I don't know, like a discourse on like what on that entire concept.
Yeah.
So
it's like what the
like
business of making those. Examples of like what the business of that stuff, like what it really was like behind the scenes. And I always thought that BoJack's really interesting because it pairs that fantasy of how the world works against the reality. And BoJack, he defends the show by saying like it's just like some escapism for people who've had like a rough day, but like part of it is also his escape from his own life even was working on the show. But the show itself also dragged him down. So it's, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it nearly destroyed everyone who worked on it.
Yeah, it's like a lot of BoJack Horseman is also about like child stars and how wrecked they get. You know, it's not it's a studio system that is like intensely abusive towards the people who work on it, and like coming at that with like some sympathy and empathy towards all the artists who work on it. But I will say, though, that BoJack is largely focused on the problems of, like, a wealthy actor in a popular show. I don't see any shows that actually focus on, like, normal, like, everybody else who works on things. There's usually not a show about that. Where it's like, who are, like, the middle workers who don't make a ton of money and they're struggling with rent and stuff. I haven't seen a show like that.
I guess to some extent Diana's kind of falls into that area.
Yeah, a bit, but she still
like
is
a writer, and then
Diane doesn't struggle financially, though.
No, she's always got work of some kind.
She's always got a home. She's got work. I me's
either married to one of the rich actors, or
she gets like opportunities that other people don't get, and a lot of it is because of her access to important people, and which she's
Right.
interested in, but then she feels guilty about it at the same time, and but she's much closer to like a pretty typical person out here. Except that I don't have any friends who date like bigwig celebrities. although Clint did. So Clint, my partner, who's also the writer for the Little Daisy Cafe blog, he's a tutor as well, and he did get to he did tutor Crocodile Dundee's kid for like a session or two. So, I mean, but those are just people you can work for out here. It's like, it's not quite as magical when you work out here, and it's like, that's a coworker. So I actually found it funny when people were like, Duncan Trussell gave you a goat head, and I was like, yeah, he was my boss. He was a coworker. It's a lot less fanciful. It's just a guy.
They're just people.
They're just people. All the good and bad that comes with it, they're just people. You're not magically like you're not like some sort of special human when you are a celebrity. You're just a human with a megaphone, really.
Sarah Tennell says, Siri says, hey, are there any 18 plus things in this animation? No. It's like a 14-year-old can watch it. It's
I've said you could watch this.
Like you could watch it with
your mom. You could watch it with your mom. Your
mom
who loves
some
true
violence,
crime. Yeah.
Some violence, but nothing especially graphic, and no like adult sexual content at all. So.
No.
So yeah, you could watch it with like a teenager, younger young adult, I guess, is reasonable age range.
Yeah. We tried to make the short have like a wide variety of stuff that like appears in the comic. It's kind of like a taster of like what kind of drama might exist in the broader story. Try to cover as many bases as we could. It's like here's some action, there's some drama, there's like some depth here, you know. Like that kind of thing going on. But yeah, I think
fun for all ages.
I think it'll probably, as a story, relate more to young adults and up, though.
Yeah,
because it's like it's like the
Yeah,
youngest characters are 18, and they're definitely dealing with issues that are things that happen when you're 18. So.
Yeah. And a lot of the characters are quite a bit older than that.
Oh yeah.
They're dealing with
much of the cast is quite a bit older. Actually, you could kind of think of the story in a way of like figuring out how to grow up in a time where, you know, in a situation where you're kind of prevented from, in a way, and like trying to figure out like what is adulthood in a way that's not just a 14-year-old figuring it out. Which is the answer is very different than when you're actually like, oh crap, I have to live out on my own and dealing with all the, you know, just everything that comes with it. But, yeah, personally I feel like this story would probably resonate a lot stronger among people who are like older than a 13-year-old. But that's just my guess. I don't know. I could be totally wrong, and then it turns out that a ton of 12-year-olds like this, and then we're like, well, okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that that poem in the very beginning is gonna scare them off. Scare all the 12-year-olds away.
What about the 12-year-olds who love poetry?
Well, those are 12-year-olds or like 30-year-olds and 12-year-old bodies, I guess. Poetry nerds, do they exist? I don't know.
Oh yeah, they do. Theater nerds exist, remember?
Theater nerds definitely
and
exist,
they're
but,
basically the same.
to an extent.
There's
I mean,
a
like,
lot
you
of
could say, like,
crossover.
Shakespeare,
Yeah, that's
but
what I mean.
like
Yeah.
that doesn't quite translate to like, Sylvia Plath and.
Can. Because a lot of theater kids also do monologues and
Robert
stuff, and they pull
Frost.
from.
That's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess performative. Yeah, performative poetry. I guess.
It's like, where is it the most accessible?
Just
It's
get
either
the
you're
music.
doing music or you're doing theater, and then you might be into poetry. Because you're into, like, fanciful writing. Metaphor and shit. But I know a lot of... I remember when I was a kid and, like, you'd be taught, like, what is a metaphor? And it was always presented in, like, the stalest way ever. Instead of, like, what metaphor and symbolism actually are, which is just, like, really interesting storytelling tools. It's like how to have really layered writing, where what you're writing isn't just strictly what the text says.
Right. I've heard from different people, like, different stories about, like, when they realize that reading is reading between the lines, or, like, stories are what happen between the lines, in the space where, in the space between things,
Yeah. It's like, oh, books
I
are
kind of
cool.
remember that dawning on me,
Yeah.
young teenager, like, oh, this means something different. Like, on some level you get that, I think, earlier, but, like, unconsciously, and then you sort of, like, start doing that literary analysis stuff in English class and stuff, and then, like, you're like, oh, this is a lot more interesting. Like, when you start picking it apart, it's not just, like, surface area, you're actually reading for what's left unsaid, and what's implied, and what's symbolically conveyed, and
Yeah. Definitely. It's like, I feel like it's easier to feel that also when you're writing, because then you can be like, oh, that's why you write that kind of thing. And I think all the kind of knee-jerk reaction by some people would be like, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, and it's like, well, yeah, but also cigar can be more than a cigar, and that's not a bad thing. It's like, if you're reacting violently to the idea that a cigar is not just a cigar, I might suggest that your problem is not metaphor, but it's that your class sucked and sucked the fun out of it. It's like, it's not the concept that's the problem, it's your teacher might not have been very great. So, because for a lot of people, like, their interest in the thing gets killed as a result of, like, bad class structure, bad teacher, like, an environment that's just not very engaging or interesting or abusive. So, and I think for a lot of people, English class is like a painful memory, kind of like math class.
Hermdoggy says, when you're 12 to 13 and there's suddenly a whole bunch of stuff you want to do or have that you're not allowed to, Prohibition inflicted that feeling on an entire country. Kind of. I think it was more... so they call, like, the people who came of age around the First World War, the Lost Generation, because there was kind of a sense of, like, aimlessness, and it kind of, like, I suppose you could say it manifested in, like, a sort of, like, materialism as purpose in the 20s, which was, of course, was destructive.
Like, maybe in a way we kind of see a repetition
but people
of that
were
with
kind
our...
of just, like, I think a lot of the youth, particularly people who had served in the war, because they were, like, profoundly disillusioned, and just, like, untreated mental illness was rampant, of course, and so people were kind of just, like, they took that, like, shell-shocked state of being that they were in, and just, like, lived their lives that way. But, like, to a lesser literal extent, like, a lot of people who didn't even serve in the war were kind of just, like, what are we doing? Like, the whole system of, like, the world changed a lot, and I think people just didn't quite know how to take it. Like, the great empires of the Victorian era and such had fallen. The aristocracies and the monarchies had all fallen suddenly, and the world was kind of in, like, this weird state of, like, limbo. and then Prohibition happened, which of course exacerbated that to an extent. I'm sure a lot of people just like who might have had some kind of calling or career path just ended up becoming bootleggers and you know, falling into lives of crime where they maybe didn't necessarily have to do that. But yeah, I don't even know where I was going with this. I was just like rambling about something someone said.
I like listening to it.
Oh, Nox says, speaking of which, I was just using Lacrimosa as material for vocal coaching lessons I'm starting. Oh, hey, awesome. I didn't know you're doing vocal coaching lessons, Nox. That's very cool. Well, I hope it's useful to you. I mean, the poem, I mean, I'm sure the vocal lessons will be useful to you.
I like to take vocal lessons. I'd like to be better at speaking. Or at least have more dimension to what I say. Rather.
Sarah Tenal series says, did you ever draw NSFW? Personally, I don't. Like, I have once or twice for people on request, but it's not really a thing I do in general. And I know Fable. Well, I'll let Fable answer that question.
Yeah, I've drawn porn before, sure. Heck, I've drawn sexual stuff involving my own characters, because I think it's an interesting subject to write about. I don't necessarily draw that stuff typically through, like, titillation, but I think that, I don't know, I think it's interesting to, like, allow oneself the flexibility to write in that territory, because a lot of life also involves that kind of thing, where it's, like, how people, like, you know, how they relate to each other in, like, very intimate moments. I think that's interesting. Not that it's exclusive to that, but it's just, you know.
It's another aspect of exploring your characters' personalities, and yeah. It's sort of a kind of writing when you're drawing characters. Sometimes you're feeling out who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Serotonal. Thanks for the questions.
Yeah. Yeah, Arcane was saying, like, the porn industry and the impact feminism has had on it. There's, like, there's a really... It's, like, I had an idea for a Western. It's, like, what if you wrote a Western, but it was, like, from the perspective of a brothel? Because brothels were actually pretty central to, like, the development of small towns. And
yeah, honestly, that'd be, like, a kind of story I would enjoy writing.
Yeah.
It's, like, someone who, you know, travels west into a place where it's really just, like, yeah, it was brothels that made... that civilized work camps into actual towns. As soon as, like, so men would end up working mines, or, you know, they'd rush out to, someone would report there's gold or silver here, and so people would rush out and start, you know, turning up the earth, trying to find their fortune, or they would, or there would be some, like, encampment of workers, working, building railroads or something like that. And then, it was pretty much as soon as women showed up and set up shop there that it would become a civilized town, and other things would spring up around it. And so that would be, like, a really interesting approach to telling a story about, like, the West, I guess, from a different angle, not just, like, it being a feature there, but it being a defining
it defined a town.
yeah,
It was like, that's what a town was. There's an episode of King of the Hill about that.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, where they, in King of the Hill, they find out that Arlen was actually founded by prostitutes.
Yeah.
And Peggy, when she learns this, she's like, oh, that's really cool. The town was founded by women. Like, there was these business women and yada yada. And meanwhile, Hank is, like, uncomfortable with the fact that it was prostitutes, because the town's like, legends about how it was founded was very different than the reality, but Peggy is very interested in the historicity of things.
Yeah.
And she thinks that it should be something that they're proud of. And then at the same time, there's some people who look at the historical nature of it, and then they like go, oh yeah, you know, that's super sexy, and they wanted to have like a porn convention or something in town, and that was making people uncomfortable, and they were blaming the historical reality for that. But the fact is just other people coming in and making it something it wasn't was part of it. It was like, there's an interesting story here, but the story is not some ladies had sex for money. The story is
it wasn't like lascivious, like it wasn't itself a like a, you know, porn story, like in as much as porn has a story to it.
I've read a couple of porns that has a pretty good story, actually.
There are there are quite a it depends on who the I mean, like, visual porn is.
I read a porn story where I found the porn personally, like, the aim of it to be kind of distasteful, but then the story was really interesting, so I kept reading. So that was a porn I read for the story.
Write a good, but I mean, to an extent, Deadwood did kind of explore that a bit.
There's what's that? Ogloff is pretty funny. I think that's a good porn comedy. They don't even do all porn. It's just
no, that's they're kind of like one-off gag comics, but with a little bit of continuity here and there. But yeah, Ogloff is great. Very funny.
I think I might be able to get this owl done. Depends on things. I still have that chicken from yesterday too, so when I want to take a food break, I got some chicken. Chimkin.
Geralalo says, in the book biz, if the story is interesting and it showcases sex, it's erotica. If the story isn't interesting and it showcases sex, it's porn. There you go.
There, yeah. I've thought about sometimes, I have thought of story ideas where it was like, that would be a fun porn, and then I'm like, oh, but I have to draw so much. I'm like, I have to draw so much, and would anybody even see it? And so I lose motivation because I'm lazy.
That's the trouble with any kind of comic, though, is like, I have to draw all that. You have to illustrate everything that happens in every location.
Probably, but the added trouble though is that if it's not safe for work, you kind of have to keep it on the down low sometimes. So
yeah, to an even greater extent now, unfortunately. It's like the internet got puritanical all of a sudden.
Yeah. Tumblr died, and that's when it felt like something. It was like, aw. No.
Yeah, and then like Patreon cut off everybody who was. Well, not everybody. I guess there's like.
There's still some, but yeah.
Yeah, and you have to like. Yeah.
Well, OnlyFans exists now, which is.
Yeah, there
about
are more
that
outlets.
Mostly. Yeah.
More outlets that are more about that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like where one door closes, someone else will build another door. So.
Yeah, I mean.
There's a lot of money to be made.
The internet was driven by, like the desire for porn. Not
Dude.
Even kidding. Like,
no, absolutely. Streaming.
Developed
video streaming.
Yes.
There's so much because of porn.
The reason the internet is good at video is because porn.
Yeah. You can download all that videos and stream it instead.
Yeah, it was all like technology driven, like, I
remember like a lot of YouTube's features I first saw on RedTube. Like the ability to like skip forward in the stream, and there'd be like a little thumbnail that showed like where, like, what was going to be in the future of the stream, and you just hovered over the bar. Like, that's considered like old hat now. It's like, yeah, of course YouTube does that. That didn't used to exist. That was RedTube first, and for a while, and earlier than you think. I remember being like a freshman or a sophomore in college, and I find out about RedTube, and I check out the site, and I'm like, wow, this video player is so advanced. I just remember being super impressed by that, and YouTube was nothing like that at the time. They stole their ideas from porn sites.
Sad puppy sound.
Sad puppy sounds. Hi, Moth. He wants to go places. No. Sad puppy. Moth makes the saddest sad puppy sounds. Oh my goodness. Moth, you're ridiculous. Okay, this dog is screaming at me. 1 second. Dog. Are you dog? Oh. Moth, don't eat crap.
Ziba says, how did the conversation get to talking about
Because
porn?
this is my stream and I'm
we-
grody.
Because we started talking about how like telling stories from different points of view would be interesting, like from the point of view of, say, someone working in Hollywood behind the camera as like a production assistant instead of like one of the actors or like an up and coming actor or something, which is the kind of POV we always tend to.
La La
fall back on.
Land is
And
so
then-
much a fucking fantasy of how it works out here. Like that lady
Yeah,
who's
it-
just like, I've been out here for a year and my dreams aren't coming true. I'm going home. And I'm like, LOL.
Yeah.
Welcome to actual reality. You're not, oh, I'm a failure and nobody recognizes me. It's like, you're just like everybody else out here who works their ass off and isn't appreciated.
Yeah,
But she gets
yeah.
everything she dreams of in the end. Wow.
Yeah.
I actually, when the movie opened and it was on the, they were like stuck on
And
the,
also a
I
white
think they're
guy
stuck on the
saves
I-5.
jazz.
Yeah. Yeah, white guy saves jazz, yeah. Oh, God. So the movie starts out with the characters, like, stuck on, I think, like, the I-5 or something. And I thought at first when the movie opened, I was like, oh, is it going to be all of, like, a musical that takes place during a traffic jam? That'd be really clever. No, it was just that one scene. And I was like, aw. I was hoping for the whole thing to take place
If it was just
when
a
everybody's
daydream
stuck on
of
a
you, like,
highway. Yeah, they're
staring at
just a
your
musical
car
and they're on
light.
a highway and there's like they can't get off the highway and they're stuck there and then there's a romance on the highway. That would be great. Moth, I swear. I get up, I let him out, I sit down, he immediately wants back in. 1 second. God, my God, I hate you.
He's being like a cat, basically.
I hate you so much. Moth, just come inside. You can bark over there. Hey, Borbs. Moth always wants attention, so the fact that he wants attention is not enough reason to give him attention. It's like, he's a very clingy boy, so you have to, like, you need your boundaries. Because otherwise he will surgically attach himself to you. He is, after all, an Aussie.
Parade wants to know what day you started working on this scene.
This scene?
I mean-
It's on Tuesday.
Yeah. I mean, it was planned out in an animatic long before that, though. Assuming, I don't know if you're just talking about animation or what, but.
I don't know.
Hermdog says, I'm stealing that idea. It's an amazingly cheap musical to make. Stuck in traffic. Yeah, I guess, like, yeah, someone going to, like, a pitch meeting who thinks of the entire pitch story or something, or the plot, like, while they're stuck in traffic would be, like... There's a lot you could do with that, like
It would be an
live editing it.
extremely
Like-
Hollywood
like-
story and be great.
You could do, like, yeah, you could, like, insert your own editing into the like how the story plays out. Like, I don't know.
That would be funny. Yeah, you're right. It's like, what if a guy was working on a screenplay while stuck in traffic, and so we cut away to his fantasy and that kind of thing. And it could be like this interesting ensemble cast thing too, where it's just like characters bouncing between each other, like as they're like
or they get
stuck on the
rewritten into different
highway.
roles, or
Yeah.
they get cut from the script or whatever. Or like a
Maybe
different
he's
character shows up
experimenting with the
suddenly.
script with the people who are stuck in traffic too, and so he's like directing them
Yeah,
around
he's
as
like
they're
just
trying to get ideas.
Yeah, he's just like looking around at the people in the cars around him, and
That'd be such a good comedy. That'd be really good satire.
yeah.
It's like it sounds like the setup to like a Mel Brooks film. You could write a lot of funny jokes. And yeah, you can make that a musical, be really fun. There you go. There's my Hollywood story.
And it would already be more realistic than La La Land, because
Yeah. Everybody can relate to traffic.
that's when you do, like, you get stuck somewhere and you're just like drifting out. You're like, your mind just
Yeah.
wanders, and that's when you do most of your writing. Is like, well, me anyway. When I'm
I
like,
love that. I loved road tripping because that's
when
when I
I'm
write.
daydreaming, like I go for long drives specifically so I can think about writing. Like,
I should think of an excuse to go on a long drive soon.
there must be so many nice places to drive to out there. Like,
There is. There's a lot. I actually like California is beautiful, and I love the looks of the Southwest, so I love it when I drive out and I just get out to like the middle of nowhere and there's just like hills and stuff. I've driven through the location where the Windows XP default background exists, and it really looks like that. That's just a photo. They didn't edit that. That's literally how it looks.
have you
Just
driven
the
on
same-
that? What is it? Highway 1 out there? That part of it collapsed recently. I heard.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes. Some of it. I'm mostly driven on the more inland thing. I think I've driven on the 5 for the most part. But yes, I have driven on that highway. And I would like to make a trip up California, just going along the coast. I would like to do that because driving across the West Coast is so cool. It's just neat. There's so many like just ancient forests where you just even driving through them, you're like, yo, I am small. And this is prehistoric, and you get the distinct impression it's like wow, the Ice Age really was just yesterday. I've been through Yellowstone, and that place is very neat, very cool. I got to walk along the they had like these boardwalks that are go across all the colorful sulfur pools and stuff that they're like, do not touch, don't be stupid, do not touch, do not jump in. These are not for bathing in. But you can walk along there and you see it's there's so many colors. It's beautiful and very dangerous looking.
don't go
You see
near it.
bison. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop and like look at bison
People
and
have
stuff.
died falling into those. Like,
Yeah.
sulfur.
We just drove through and it was worth it. We got to see Old Faithful go off, and it's bigger than you think. And it really is that regular. It's like I expected when I went up to Old Faithful that it was gonna be like small. It's just gonna be like a hole in the ground, and you'd be like, okay, that's neat, and then you move on. But it is really goes up really high. It is huge, and so there's like you're not allowed to get close at all to the geyser. Like there is a huge area that is cordoned off to keep people from getting anywhere close to there, just so that like you don't even risk getting sprayed by anything, because they really don't want people to get hurt. Because people be idiots and they go, oh, water spraying out of the ground, I'll stick my head in, and then they'll die. So you don't want that to happen. Yeah.
It's like the Grand Prismatic or something that's like super deadly, that have like wooden walkways over the top of it, but people have like, yeah, there's like lots of horror stories with people ending up in it and kind of dissolving.
Yeah.
Which
People don't realize that that's like, A, that's pressurized water, B, that's hot water, C, that's pressurized hot water.
It's extremely hot.
Yeah, with all kinds of weird chemistry in it. It's just a bad idea, but people have it in their heads that like geysers are just water, and that bison are nothing more than big cow, and that wolves are puppy, you know, and
bears are big friendly
big puppy,
and,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no,
Don't.
you fool.
Yeah.
Humans have gone and domesticate themselves, and now they're too dumb to understand that animal is dangerous, It's like, that's bigger than me. That could
Yeah.
kill me. Don't. Common sense says don't. But when your entire perception of animals is thing to be eaten or pet, and you think that animals just will magically respect you because you're a human, and they don't.
No. There's like that weird egotism that like a lot of those people who keep big animals or want to spend time around them, like Tiger King of course comes to mind, but like what was his name? The grizzly man guy?
Oh yeah, that guy. He'd go out camping
Yeah,
basically with bears.
Yeah, and he like thought he had like some spiritual connection with them, and I was like, no, they're just gonna eat you if they get hungry enough. You know, if it's that time of year.
If you respect them, then you won't have that attitude.
If you respect them and stay the fuck away when they're it's like like I don't know. They have this like people get this sense that like, oh, yes, they're dangerous, but I have a special connection with them, and so they will never harm me. They implicitly understand that I am their friend and I am one with them. And
as
then,
someone
of course,
who owns wild animals, I can say that they will still bite me.
No, you are just like
yeah.
You are at best like a minor distraction to them, and at worst that you are a meal. It's just like they don't think of you as special. Stop it. Like you think of you as special because you're an idiot, but like they don't give a shit. Like you were just like yammering meat as far as they're concerned.
Noisy meat. That's a human.
Nox, yeah, it's just meat that's making a lot of noise. What is it doing?
What is this?
Nox
noisy
is
meat?
like, what's the coolest natural place you've visited?
I mean, probably Yellowstone.
I guess you kind of answered that already.
Yeah.
I mean, Grand Canyon's kind of the obvious answer, right?
Oh yeah, I've been through the Grand Canyon. I've been through down the San Juan River, rafting down that. That was really neat. 'Cause the rocks are just so colorful and beautiful, and it's so hot, and like you're rafting down, and it's just so freaking gorgeous that you're just astounded all the time.
Yeah.
Like every you never get tired of it. Nothing is boring. Everything you look at is amazing.
Mount Fuji is fucking amazing. I've been there, and yeah, it was beautiful. And like some of the mountains up near Osaka and stuff, where you can like go up into the mountains and then like look back at the city, and truly gorgeous. And Kyoto as well. It's beautiful like that. And then like in the United States, the Grand Canyon is like the cliche thing to say, but it's like it truly is like you might like kind of poo-poo it and be like, oh yeah, everybody goes to the Grand Canyon. It's like
it's worth it.
It's, like,
it's genuinely
it's worth it.
It
is like I've been
it is a treasure.
I've done pretty much every time I've been to Vegas, I've done the helicopter trip out to the Grand Canyon, and in certain areas they can bring you down into the canyon for like a picnic and stuff, but seeing it from above or being near the edge of it is like it is like literally breathtaking. Like it's like
so pretty.
The scope of it is it's beautiful, but it's also like just the size and scale of it just makes you realize how small you are.
It's so much prettier than any photo. You have
idea. And how small you are in time too, because the years and years and eons it took for water to carve that out of the earth. It's just like brings home all of that sense of time and scale, and
the whole region is gorgeous too. Like everything feels like a painting, and I just love the Southwest for that reason. It's just one of the most colorful places, period.
I've been some like really beautiful places out here too, in the Ozarks too. Like Missouri gets a lot of shit for being like kind of a crap state, but it's like it has some truly beautiful areas.
Lots of places in the U.S. are just freaking gorgeous. Yeah,
right. A lot of the states where like there's really nobody, like Montana and things like that. It's like they have some like gorgeous things to see. It's just harder to live there because proximity to civilization, but
resources are few. Support is less. Yeah, can get difficult. For some people, that's the appeal too, but it's most folks can't afford that kind of thing.
Right, yeah.
I don't have the luxury to live out in a place that doesn't have enough infrastructure.
Yeah. It's like living in the city is really expensive, and living far, far away from cities is really expensive too. It's like you have to pick the in-between places, which is generally the suburbs, so... yeah, New England is very beautiful as well. Like,
oh yeah,
the beaches in New England, the rocky beaches and...
yeah, they're not very friendly beaches, but that's kind of what I like about them.
Yeah, they're cold and rocky, but Maine is gorgeous. I mean, New Hampshire and Vermont are beautiful too.
Yeah. But you're thinking about the coast. You're thinking of the coast, I think.
The coast, well, yeah, but
Northern
the
New England
Berkshires,
coast.
like further in, like the Berkshires and the Adirondacks are gorgeous.
Especially in the fall, everything looks like it's on fire.
Yeah, autumn it's hard to beat autumn in New England.
Yeah, it does autumn best.
Yeah, you'd maybe get some competition from like some of the forested areas of old Europe, like Germany and stuff, but yeah, New England's...
I haven't been there, so I can't compare. I'm just
I can't really. I have not either. I've only seen photos, and it's like similar to like New England autumn. It looks like, but with more castles, I guess.
New England has notches and stuff though, which are pretty cool. That's like a natural castle.
Yeah.
I love the notches, and you go and you like find these like enormous regoliths with like water streaming between them, and like there's just like these creepy caves, and it's the forests also are like very, very dense, because they're not trees that are as enormous as the redwoods and stuff on the west coast, but they're much, much denser. Like the vegetation just is so much denser, so all the forests feel darker, scarier, more full of gnats. I remember I was visiting Ombegog, and the there was like some paths that we were walking along through the woods and checking out spots along the lake on foot, and there was this one path where I was like, I looked in there and it was dark and there was gnats everywhere, and I was like, we'll not go down that way because I think we'll get anemia on the other end. We'll come down with something, that's for sure. We'll get so bitten up. The gnats own this part of the forest. I don't have enough fur to survive that.
Daryl Heisey says, as a Kansan, we're several steps lower down the neat stuff tree than even Missouri. Yeah, Kansas, like Illinois has that problem too. It's just all like flat Midwestern. Like the only thing that really like Missouri's saving grace is the Ozarks, really. Really gives Missouri its natural beauty, but yeah, like you get away from there and it's pretty much the same as Kansas and Illinois, kind of just, and Indiana and all those Midwestern states that really don't have any features except being flat as a pancake.
Apparently there's flatter states though. Did you see that video once where they're like, flat as a pancake? Well, what was the state that actually was the flattest state? It wasn't Kansas, that much I know.
Let me look. Flattest state. Florida is actually the flattest state.
That's right.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, like it's pretty much. But it's got a lot of like cool swamps and stuff, and like deltas and islands and things. So it kind of makes up beaches. It makes up for it that way. But like a landlocked flat state. Okay, Illinois. Wait, Illinois. Yeah, Illinois is probably the least interesting state as far as like natural
beauty.
Like geographic beauty, Illinois is really just like it is.
Still like flat things.
Like driving up from St. Louis to Chicago.
It sure is a lot of highway.
Is probably the most boring drive you could possibly imagine.
It's I do not enjoy driving through the Midwest. That's for sure. It's not.
There are parts that are beautiful. I have like I do enjoy going for drives out here because like it's not hard to find really beautiful spots. But like that particular drive, like the quickest way to go if you
that's quick.
If you're not taking a scenic route.
It is not the scenic route that I'm describing. It's like I fully believe you.
The dullest of times.
Yeah, they put the highway there for a reason.
Yeah, because it's flat. They don't have to blow anything up to make room for the roads or excavate anything or whatever. After that, it's North Dakota, then Louisiana. Then Minnesota, Delaware, Kansas. So Kansas is the 7th flattest, apparently.
Wow. It's not even the top
It's kind of
3.
surprising. It's not
Yeah.
even like top 3 flat states, but
N on YouTube says, I saw some dunes in Indiana. Oh, there you go.
okay, yeah. Yeah, there's like the Cahokia Mountains in Illinois, which are interesting. Like old ancient Native American civilizations.
Yeah.
Like cities, like massive cities were there.
Oh, that stuff's so cool.
Yeah.
Especially since, like, indigenous stuff, like, usually gets framed as, like, oh, there's just these wild people in the woods. But it's like, no, they had, like they were all, extensive,
like,
large cultures.
Yeah, like, they had permanent structures and, like, civilization that wasn't just, people living in...
Oh, the stuff with the people who are living in the rock walls in the Southwest, I just thought it was just the neatest thing. I'm like, that's so cool!
Is that the Pueblo, or...
Yeah, I think so. I thought there was some other folks. But yeah, that was, like, really freaking cool. And, like, how they survived out there was also super interesting. Because they're, like, a farming civilization. In the desert. That's amazing. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. I know the folks in the Northeast had, like, log houses and stuff, which are basically, like, a village lives inside this big, massive wooden structure.
Yeah, sort of like the Norse would do those long houses and things. Knox says, in reference to Illinois, but it has deep dish pizza. Yes, it does make up for it by having Chicago in general.
Chicago, the land of delicious.
Yeah.
Also, Spike's there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Iron Circus is there.
Now that Val said, "Oh, are your cookies, or have they arrived?" Now I'm like, now I was thinking about cookies. I'm like, when are cookies gonna arrive at my door? Eat one of these.
Probably,
Val
I'd
cookies.
say it's probably gonna be a day or two out because of the way. Because I just got mine today, so I'm thinking they're probably still traveling west. Across the land.
I do because I'm in LA though. Like things, like get here a lot quicker than you'd think otherwise. Because we got so many airplanes that just go directly here, so it has fewer steps it has to take than some other locations.
I would bet on it probably arriving tomorrow.
No cookies today. Val's stories are hilarious because it's like for all like the played up Britishness at the same time, he just wants to make cookies. I would do everybody a favor. I'm gonna make some cookies.
Yeah, his really doesn't compliment his bad boy image in the way he
His stories are always a mix of like an attempted bad boy thing, but also he's a nerd. And it's like, so it kind of steps on himself. So that's pretty funny. It's like, real smooth, yep.
When you seduce somebody only to talk to them about all the anime you like.
Alright, what are you talking about? That is seduction.
Depending on the circles you travel in, yes.
He's a voice actor. He just needs to get into anime, and then... I know one of the limiting things, though, is, like, there's fewer dubbing studios in the UK, though, so...
Nox says, are they good cookies? They are, yeah.
And what kind of cookies did you make?
It's like a chocolate chip raisin. It's got some, I don't know if it's a raisin or a date that was in it. It's something sweet in it, and I think macadamias maybe. I don't know what the kind of nut it was. It was tasty. I don't know.
Any cocaine in it?
And it was, no. I'm pretty sure I would be feeling the effects of it if it had cocaine in it. Yeah.
Sorry, reference to an earlier story.
Yeah. No mystery drugs in that one.
I think I could imagine him being like, "Why would I do that? It would ruin the cookie." He takes his baking very seriously.
Do yourself a favor and don't put cocaine in the mail.
Probably a good idea not to do that, yeah.
Especially on something where you have to, like, sign a customs form and everything.
And I put a little something in there for you, and this is cocaine. Real fucking hilarious. By the way, Val does not deal in cocaine. Like I said, this is a reference to it earlier. He does not. He's not a drug mule or anything like that.
No.
Yeah.
He's not a hardened criminal, as far as we can tell.
He'd have to try harder.
Yeah.
Herm Doggy Dog says, "Yeah, ship cocaine via pigeon instead."
Right.
Yeah, that's how the real criminals do it. Here, Tracy, why hasn't Rocky thought of just getting, like, pigeons to deliver the alcohol?
Is that what happened to passenger pigeons and homing pigeons? They all went on cocaine benders, and that's why they don't.
Yeah, they're very unreliable. They kept sampling the goods, so we had to get rid of them. Wait, no, but think about it. You just take a shot glass, and you just wrap it in, like, cellophane or something. You fill it up, you fill that shot glass up with some whiskey, and then you attach it to a pigeon, launch the pigeon out, it flies to the speakeasy. Now you have pigeon-delivered whiskey shot. So it's perfect. Nobody will suspect a thing. I mean, there might be some drunk falcons out there, but, you know, it's your losses will be a lot less than otherwise. It's foolproof. Nobody suspects the pigeons. They'll just look in the sky and be like, "What's that? What's that pigeon carrying?" And it's like, nesting material. We'll even cover it with hay so that nobody can tell that the pigeons aren't just carrying little nests everywhere. Shot glass pigeon. It's a perfect plan. The tricky part is just getting the pigeons. So go get a net. We gotta catch some pigeons.
I think my cat almost lit himself on fire just now.
Uh-oh. Tracy, method acting, I told you. Not them's now. We can't actually have an arsonist cat.
Like, he's walking back and forth on my coffee table, and I had, like, a scented candle lit, and I think I started, like, smelling a burning. I think he singed his tail. Like,
is he reacting at all?
No, I don't think he had any idea.
Oops. You just crispied your cat.
His fur is long enough that, like, he wouldn't even feel it.
You missed, though, a moment of your cat with his tail on fire.
You crispified your tail, cat.
Oh, see, now there's another joke that we could do in the cartoon that doesn't happen in the comic. Rocky with his tail on fire. Having to beat it. To beat the fire down, he's like whacking his own tail, going, "Ah!"
Well, Victor would be happy to oblige and just, like, beat the fire out.
He already has before.
Yes, that's
exactly. Not even new. That's just what he usually does.
An excuse to pound him into the ground.
Victor's a firm believer in the power of bullying.
He doesn't actively seek out to. It's just like he's just constantly up in his face and he just reacts. He's not like. You know.
No, he's not going out of his. It's Rocky's own fault.
Yeah. Like, if you meet somebody with an eye patch, don't try to lift their eye patch. to see what's underneath. Like, just don't do that. You're gonna get punched through a wall. Cat, come on.
Is he still trying to light himself on fire?
I don't know, he's just like, he just will not stop walking back and forth. He's like walking on the keyboard, walking by the candle. It's like, are you just trying to destroy things and cause...
I mean, he's a cat.
It's like, you're gonna light yourself on fire. I'm gonna need to blow this candle out. It's just, it isn't... having cats is not conducive to having, like, aromatherapy anyway.
You need an incense stick instead. They can't light
I don't
themselves
even
on
know if-
fire on that.
Yeah, I suppose that's a safer bet.
Or there's also those diffusion sticks.
Yeah, I guess there's like some diffuser stuff that's like toxic to cats, so
Okay, never mind
I've been
then.
avoiding like diffusers, like those like essential oil things.
Yeah. I have to be careful with scents and stuff also around the birds.
Yeah.
But this room is pretty big and well ventilated, so it's not really an issue. But in a tighter, smaller space, I can't do that. I can't like light an incense stick confidently, because it can impact them.
Herm Doggy says, I checked and Randall Monroe of XKCD did a what if article on birds as delivery vehicles.
Was this about an unladen swallow? this.
Lalo says, my old cat Crockett tried to steal fish out of a pot of boiling water and his whiskers curled up. Oh god. And twice he fell asleep on the counter next to the stove and lit himself on fire. We had to push him into the sink.
Did the real Rocky ever have any fire accidents?
Yeah, so the whole fire thing with Rocky came from, the house I grew up in had a fireplace, and we would do, like, we'd have fires in it, fairly frequently in the wintertime. One year we were sitting by the fire wrapping Christmas presents. I guess it sounds more, cliche and stuff than it was, but we were just like throwing like the little bits of stray paper into the fire, like crinkling them up and just like tossing them into the fire rather than throw them in the trash. And he was going bananas for the crinkled paper noises and the crinkled paper. Like he was like desperate to chase crinkled bits of paper. I don't know what was with him, but and we had to like physically restrain him because he kept trying to like leap into the fire after the crinkled paper. So we were like, no, not dive into the fire after this thing.
Oops.
So he would have lit himself on fire, but we had to
Kept him
prevent
from
that,
doing it.
to like intervene in his He's like, but no, the paper went in there. I have to get it. he was like, he loved playing fetch, and no one taught him this. So he just like he would do this. We'd throw crinkled paper for him as a toy. And
Well, this sounds like your own damn fault. You taught your cat to fetch
well,
paper.
no,
You throwing paper.
That was when we discovered that he had a thing for paper.
I see.
So
Okay.
then after that, we would of course, we weren't throwing it into a fire at that point. We'd just like throw it down the hall, and he'd go chasing after it and bring it back to us. But that was like how we learned he had like a thing for the
Fetch.
the combination of the noise and like the way it rolls on the ground and stuff. He just loses mind over it.
Bowtie one says, "What about the pancakes thing?" That was just a bit in the comic,
It
right?
was a bit in the comic that got out of control.
It's
Because then
spiral out of control.
people started asking me questions about pancakes and stuff. Like, why does he like pancakes so much? Why does he insist on having pancakes? I'm like, well, I guess one fun way to explore the character is to like, I started doing like mini comics based on things people would ask me. So
it's like the boring answer would be who doesn't like pancakes, but the
Right.
interesting answer is everything you did. Yeah.
Why? What's with this pancake thing? And so I ended up drawing mini comics based on like to answer that question, and that's really where the pancake thing came from.
You
Rocky,
memed your own
not to say
character.
that the cat Rocky wouldn't eat pancakes, because he definitely would have eaten pancakes and anything else that we'd let him eat. He was like,
Yeah, you've seen those pictures of
very-
Blinn Cat? That's a cat, like, lusting over some pancakes right there.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, he was one of those cats who was just like wanted to be where people were all the time and around people and eating what people were eating, and just like he thought he was people. So he would eat pretty much anything we ate if we allowed him to, which we tried not to because that's not good for cats. But
Don't feed your cat pancakes.
no,
That's a lot of
they're
sugar.
not-
They're not.
They are
can't
not
process
designed
that
to
stuff.
metabolize sugar like that.
No.
No.
I mean, frankly, we shouldn't be eating such sugary things either.
No.
But fuck it.
Not in the quantities that we eat it, certainly.
Mm. I eat a lot less sugar than I think most people do. Since I usually cook my own food, able to control like portions of things, and I use a lot less sugar and stuff than usually what's recommended. It's like I have found that if you cut back on sugar, you need less overall in order to taste sweet things.
My tolerance. So when I first started drinking coffee, like I was probably 20 years old or so, I would put a metric fuck ton of sugar into the coffee.
Would you like some coffee?
And
with
this
your
was
sugar?
like a leftover from like I grew up on like sugary fruit juice. That like when I was a kid, like that was like what parents gave their kids because they thought it was healthy, but it turns out no, it actually has as much sugar in it as freaking soda does. Sometimes more. So I like grew up on like Sunny Delight and stuff like that was like advertised itself as healthy, but was not healthy. It was just like drinking syrup basically. And so I had like a sweet tooth and like I had a tolerance for sugar, taste wise, and yeah, so I would like sugar the shit out of it, everything, like breakfast cereal, I'd dump sugar on it and stuff. But then I stopped doing that, and now my tolerance for like amount of sugar is way lower. Like I can only coffee like one teaspoon of sugar is like all I can. Anything more than that is like, whoa, this is way too sweet. So yeah, it's
I've actually, since I've been able to cut out a lot of sugar out of my diet, like when I put sugar in my coffee, it's deliberate. Because it's like, I need that sugar right now. I need it in order to wake up. But it's like, you don't need that much, though.
No. Yeah, if you can wean yourself off of like massive amounts of sugar, that'll do you good.
Bote one is mentioning bread. Yeah, there's a lot of bread that you get in the supermarket has way too much sugar in it, and I hate that bread because it's annoying to toast because it burns way too easily.
Yeah.
So I like sourdough or breads that don't have that much sugar in it.
I cut white bread out of my diet, and I go for like there's still starches in it and stuff, but like the more whole grain like stuff. And
some of that can be really sugary too, though.
It can be.
Yeah.
You can usually tell how sugary it is, but yeah, if it singes a lot in the toaster.
Yeah, it's pretty high sugar content.
Sugary, but,
makes for bad toast.
There are healthier breads that you can opt for that take more time to digest because they're not entirely made of like super duper processed starches. But cut soda out like made a big difference for me. Cutting energy drinks out helps.
Alcohol, like a lot of alcohol is like really
alcohol
high in
is
sugar.
pretty much all sugar. Yeah.
So like when I drink alcohol, it's usually like hard liquor, just so I drink less, and that does have more sugar sort of in it, but you're drinking way less than like beer. Beer's a lot of sugar. Wine is a lot of sugar too.
I mean, yeah.
Not as much. No, it's not too bad.
I mean, you're probably doing worse if you're drinking soda than like if you have a glass of wine.
Yeah, I would say that.
It's still very sugary. But yeah, it's like you don't tend to, unless you're with friends on like at a event or something or on an occasion, like you probably aren't going to drink more than 1 or 2 glasses of wine, which isn't too bad. But should make it.
I mean, if you're drinking more than that, then you have other issues than sugar can take. I think.
Right.
Yeah. It's like that's not the problem.
Pasta is also like if you're just eating.
Oh, I do love noodles
pasta,
though.
I mean, rice is slightly better because it takes a little bit longer to digest, so it doesn't cause the same degree of like instant insulin spike. But it's still got about the same amount of sugar, like white rice. Like long grain rices, like that aren't processed like that, are better for you. They take longer to digest, and so you like pretty much you want to like cut back on stuff that causes a quick insulin spike, and that is any kind of processed sugar or starch.
Or at least be like more deliberate about when you have it. Like
Right.
like fruit is a good source of
Yeah,
that
I'm not
kind of thing,
saying
yeah.
right. Yeah, fruit.
You do need
fructose
sugar. Like
is
people
sugar.
saying cut out sugar altogether is wrong. It's like
Yeah,
no, you just got to
you
be
can't-
aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The types of sugar, like they're not all the same. Like fructose is different from high fructose corn syrup. Like like your body reacts differently to those two things, and one of them is healthier for you because it takes longer for your body to process it, and so it doesn't cause like it's those insulin spikes that create the insulin resistance that create
Excuse me.
type 2 diabetes. So. Our king says you can feed dogs white chocolate and it's safe for them. I didn't know this until a little over 5 years ago. Yeah, I would still like not if it has a bunch of sugar in it still, because it's not toxic like the way chocolate, cocoa chocolate is, but like cacao is they just like can't metabolize things in that. But yeah, it's not nearly as dangerous as like them eating a bunch of like baker's chocolate or something. Bowtie says the amount of sugar in American food is crazy. Yeah, I noticed that in traveling, both to the UK and Japan, and even I think Australia is kind of a little bit more like America in terms of its like sugar content, maybe. But yeah, like the candies and confectionaries and things are not. And juices and stuff like aren't quite the same level of sweet as America. It tastes like, to an American palate like mine, it tasted a lot milder in that regard. So more mildly sweet than like super duper tangy, burn your mouth sweet that we tend to go for with like our candies and desserts.
I like more variety to the flavor than just sugar flavored.
Yeah, it's like it's nice when you can taste something other than just like the sugar.
Yeah.
Like there's some nuance there you could enjoy aside from. Bowtie says, I am shocked most about the difference in peanut butter. Yeah.
Oh god, peanut butter is so sugary.
Yep. You can buy like unsugared peanut butter, like natural peanut butter here, but yeah, like all the main
It's not
major
as good
brands
though.
are
I like
sugary.
I like the crappy
I
peanut
do
butter.
too. I have a weak spot for peanut butter. Yeah. It's one of my go-to snacks.
The streets are paved with donuts. Yeah, that's the US. Yep. Americans love their sugar. They love salt and they love sugar, and it gets in everything because it's a cheap way to make food tasty. And there's fewer limits on that stuff here than elsewhere.
Our king says Japan tends to make things very bright, colorful, and sweet for the sake of moe. Yeah, cuteness. Yeah, for like presentation and appeal. Like they have those things where they make. I actually went to a class in Japan for making. Is it like the food presentation stuff where they actually like use sculpted food? And they'll make like these really appealing looking like mochi ice cream dish type things and stuff, and like restaurants will actually use that to like you'll walk by restaurants and they'll have
I've seen
a
those,
display
yeah.
case, and it's all like it's not real food, but it's like sculpture basically of what they offer, and it was a very neat class, but because they just like use different things to represent different types of food, and you have to like paint it and you know, pick the materials you're going to use and everything, and make and arrange it, kind of like flower arranging, you know, like you have to artfully arrange it. But yeah, it's and like some people are like so good at it, it's like you cannot tell that like looking at it that it isn't actual food, but yeah, they do a lot of like that, like very decorative pastry, confectionery stuff, like. Presentation really matters. Whereas in the U.S., you kind of just like you just get like a bucket full of
Bucket.
yeah.
Bucket. Food bucket. Tasty. To be fair, though, it's still delicious.
Yeah, it's like a messy box full of donuts that slid around and got jelly all over everything, and like a bucket full of soda.
Bucket full. I want a soda bucket.
Like
I never seen a soda bucket. I've seen an ice cream bucket.
Like, you've never seen a big gulp. It's like.
Oh my god. No. Ice cream bucket though.
Yeah.
There are ice cream buckets. You can buy a bucket of ice cream.
There are literal like metal pails. That they sell
the big plastic pail of ice cream it's like just full of sherbet, like the cheapest, sweetest sherbet, and you serve it to children in massive quantities, and that's birthday parties here. Big ice cream bucket. With the fakest fruit flavor.
Actually, I was thinking the same joke, Herm Doggy, that kid-sized soda from Parks and Rec. It's like you can't possibly expect this to serve a child this much. It's like the measurement was not based
Watch them.
No, it's like the measurement was based on like could you fit a child in the cup? I was like, that's what they're kid-sized soda. It's like, yes, it fits a whole child.
Herb Doggy Dog says, "Oh yeah, ice cream buckets. My family would repurpose the empty buckets as storage." Yes, this is a good reason to get an ice cream bucket.
Sherbet.
Yeah,
the sherbet
big sherbet bucket. Yeah.
Yeah, we use those for food storage and other things because it's like a tub of sherbet or tub of vanilla ice cream or something. It's basically like ends up being your Tupperware.
It's good. Look at this. There we go. There you go. I think I'll finish this and then I'm gonna go grab some chicken to eat, not to hug.
The eating chicken, not the hugging chicken.
Yeah, not the other kind of chicken.
Princess Aurcelia says, "What is that animal?" It is a owl.
Owl. Owl Daisy. Welcome to Owl Daisy. They're all owls now. What'd you send me? Well, oh my god, ice cream bucket. That's a bucket and I want this. Look at this. Lalo just sent this to me. This ice cream bucket. Look at this. That's some Ben and Jerry's. Oh yeah. Like, you would not even be able to get halfway through that before it turned into a big soup bucket. It would be sweet milk. Dude. Oh, I want this. I want a big bucket of ice cream. That's so good. Oh, ice cream bucket. Go to the beach with that shit. Yes, bird. The owl stuff must have affected YouTube because now the among recommended videos, the thing that it's recommending is Owl House is great, and here's why. Because I keep saying owl. Animating an owl.
Owl and animation, yeah.
Yeah, it must be Owl House then. I still haven't watched that show.
Nor have I.
No. There's a couple of good Disney shows I've kind of been missing out on. It's like, I gotta see if it's on Disney Plus, basically, because all those shows were on Disney Channel, and I haven't, like, had cable for a while, so missed out on that. And so it's like, either you find it streaming or it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't have Disney Plus, but I'm like loath to subscribe to yet another thing, so.
I'd say it's not too bad. Mandalorian's pretty good, but we just, you know,
Yeah,
we
I
share an
might just-
account with friends, so it's worth it.
Right. I might do the free trial version.
Yeah.
Watch The Mandalorian. And then,
Mandalorian is worth it. Mandalorian is what I want out of Star Wars, which is like
yeah, that's
a
what I'm hearing.
story about, like, it's not like the grand, you know, galactic struggle. It's just there's a guy and a kid, and it's very
From what I gathered,
samurai.
it's a elongated escort mission.
It's very much was like Wolf and Cub or whatever that was. It feels very inspired by the roots of Star Wars, and I love that. Where it's like those old samurai stories were like a big influence.
Yeah.
It's like what is it, the Rocket something, the Flash Gordon kind of
Buck Rogers.
Buck Rogers, that's it. Yeah, Buck Rogers was a huge influence in Star Wars and samurai films.
Yep.
And of those two things, like, I would gravitate more toward the samurai film. So Mandalorian is like Star Wars, but we lean into the roots, like the actual roots, not the it's just like the originals. It's like no.
Yeah.
When you respect where it's coming from in the first place, you can get some really interesting stuff. And so like there's like a lot of practical puppetry, a lot of his like character actors and how they bounce off of one another, and like that's what I liked about the original Star Wars, was like just some of that core good stuff.
Yeah.
Like the lore and everything is kind of secondary for me. It's like I just want a good story. A lot of people really love the lore, and they have things to say about Mandalorian, where apparently some folks heavy into Star Wars lore have a bone to pick with the depiction of Mandalorian culture, because there was sort of a canon, and now that got chucked in favor of this. But I
didn't Disney,
am not
like,
invested in that,
officially
so.
like murder all of the novelization stuff that
Yep.
was like.
Yeah, there's some stuff in the Disney versions that definitely feel like callbacks to that, because of course people work on Star Wars who read those and they really like those and they want to have that stuff in there still somehow. But yeah, none of the extended universe stuff is considered canon. But then again, I mean, Lucas himself was adamant about that too. He was like, none of that's canon. He didn't care. It was just another way to keep the brand going for him, and I don't think he really deeply cared about it. It's like if you asked him his opinion on like what was that famous video game? If you asked him his opinion on like
Knights of the Old Republic.
Knights of the Old Republic. That's what it was. I was thinking LOTOR, but I knew it wasn't LOTOR. It was something else. Knights of the Old Republic. He probably would be like, "What's that?"
Yeah.
So, Star Wars has been this big, expansive hydra of a brand for a while, and it was always going to be kind of. That's one reason it's had a loose actual canon outside of the core films, because there wasn't really an attempt to coordinate between all these things.
Yeah.
The Star Wars Holiday Special could be considered more canon than the extended universe, considering the involvement in Lucas and stuff, and how many things that are canon definitely call back to that. So, it's a story, and it has a loose canon. Disney is more interested in having, like, a very defined canon that can be followed, because that's part of their branding, versus, I don't think Lucas cared as much. Your video animation has bloods? Do we have blood? Not in this. This particular scene has no blood in it. It's just an owl.
The film overall has a little bit. Yeah.
There is some blood. Somebody bleeds. There is gun. There is blood.
It's not like it's not gory material. It's like, I mean, not especially graphic, but there is violence.
Could make it more graphic. How much shit should we make Freckle eat? Let's find out. Let me send a note to Sagan. I was like, I need his face to get blown off entirely. Can you do that?
Let's not.
Yeah.
We don't need to be edgelords about it.
Sure we do. The internet loves that shit. He could blast him in the face and he pops up and says an action movie line and he blasts back screaming, his face like half torn off. It's edgy as hell. He's real deep.
Then we can finally write in that like cyborg like subplot.
You mean the thing where I said they end up in a dump and they have to make a robot? That dream I had?
Yeah, you know, the whole transhuman like aspect of this yeah.
We'll get steampunk Freckle this way. Imagine.
Diesel punk Freckle.
Yes. Freckle, but he's been through the Ford factory. Do we have amino? I don't know what that is. Amino acids? Sure, I have plenty of those. I'm using them currently. Delicious. Oh man, I sure love storing energy and releasing it. Oh yeah. I got so many aminos. Is it Rocky that bleeds again?
I don't want to spoil it.
We're not gonna spoil it. Everybody bleeds. That's just a fact, actually. That's not a spoiler. Everybody bleeds.
So, yeah. Like that. Everybody
I
bleeds.
bleed, you bleed, we all bleed.
We make them bleed their own blood. Yes, Fable has many birds.
There's a lot of birds. You can hear many of them. Enjoying, I hope? No? Too bad. I can't shut them up. They don't have an off button, so... Well, they kind of do. It's called the sun going down. I'm probably going way too tight on this. After telling all the animators they don't have to, like, tie things down too much, here I am doing this. This is what I do.
Did the artist get back to you about a time? I know it was like 1, but I don't. Tomorrow, but I couldn't tell if it was.
Let me see.
What time zone that was.
Let me double check. Because all this conversation happened while I was also very tired. So I have to go back over this. Emails, that's right. This was all via email. PST.
PST, okay, so.
Yeah, and they have it, and we'll do our meeting via Discord.
Alright.
I'm glad you're looking forward to the finished animation. this thing on Twitter where everybody's like laughing at this lady who put glue in her hair, and at first I was like, yeah, I mean you can use glue in your hair as like a fashion thing, but she put Gorilla Glue in her hair. Oops.
Oh no.
Yeah. Wrong glue.
That's gonna go badly.
She oopsed. She's like, I have a permanent braid now. I can't take it out.
It's a forever braid.
She's gonna have to wait for her hair to grow in a little bit and then have to shave. What a shame. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Okay, so my goal is to finish this one frame and then take a brief break for chicken. But to put chickens away and also eat chicken. Not my own chicken, but eat some chicken. Chickens I don't know. What you working on right now?
Or Patreon.
Well, I saw that that Elsa Victor thing on the electric board.
Yeah.
It looked very pretty. Like it's sort of experimental nature.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to scratch that comic itch a bit.
How many frames do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 frames. So I've already done all my breakdowns. That's pretty good. So I just have in-betweens left, basically. The tough part's gonna be this head turn. I just know it. Bowtie One suggests that they're talking about their war experiences. That they like that it's free for interpretation. Alright, I gotta go take care of my chickens real quick, so I'm gonna put up the BRB, guys, and I'll be back in a little bit. I just gotta take care of my chickens and feed myself. Alright, see you soon. Hey again, folks. I am back. Thank you for your patience. Had to eat some food. There we go. Now I have music. Put my gloves back on.
you
No.
have any audio coming in through Discord?
Yes. Yes, I do. Are you... say something? Tracy? Can you hear me? Tracy? I heard you before, but...
Hello?
Yeah? Can you hear me? Tracy?
Nope, I can't hear you, and I can hear background noises.
There should be the...
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah, that's odd. 'Cause I could hear you just fine, and yeah, I can... You're definitely coming in through Discord.
Can you hear me?
Yeah? Yes, I can. No, she can't hear me. Tracy needs to check her output. Huh. Can anybody hear me on Twitch, YouTube? You guys can hear me, right? Hello. I can see OBS is registering my mic just fine. Yeah, okay, yeah, my audience can hear me. Yeah. Yes on YouTube. Twitch says yes. Alright, thanks guys. Can hear my Twitch audio but not Discord. Yeah, that's odd, Tracy. Go to your user settings, maybe check your output or just do a refresh. Oh, hello? Can you hear me now? No? Still no? It's odd. Discord just did an update for me, says Penmark. Check settings. I'm gonna reboot on my end. Reboot Discord, that is. Hello, Tracy? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello. Nothing? Well, thank you for the follow, Dragon Animation. Hey, hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? You can hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That was weird. I don't know what the hell happened. I could hear you the entire time, but,
Yeah, I could hear you coming through your Twitch stream, but not here
yeah.
for some reason. I don't know. Discord
Yes. I
hadn't figured
refreshed
it
in
out.
case it was something where I don't know, just in case it was on my end somehow. I checked my input output, seemed all fine. So, yeah, I don't know. It was just broken for a second.
Probably just Discord doing its thing.
Discord being Discord. Discord is very discordant. It has earned its name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like, it's so quirky that it's like, it's almost, in some ways I'm like, oh, Discord, you messed up thing. It's like, its problems are several and tiny, and inconsistent. So it's like, it's just a quirky program. So they're constantly fixing it and stuff though, so it's like, it's definitely better than even when we started. Like, it used to be even quirkier, you know? But
yeah, it goes for periods of time where everything seems to work fine, and then like just suddenly it'll have a bunch of issues again.
Oops, a glitch.
Yeah.
Discord has a lot of discord within its dysfunctional programming. I'd say that, I mean, in fairness, Discord does a lot that other chat programs that I've used don't do, so I'm not surprised that it is a bit finicky. Like, it's still the best tool that I've used for this kind of thing, so I am, like, mostly fine, so long as it keeps updating itself. Newt said he got a questionnaire, asking about, where was it? He got a questionnaire asking about, like, using Discord using Discord for creative projects. Because now he's part of the partnership program there, so...
Mm-hmm.
So he asked me for what I thought they should be focusing on, and my feeling was that the, like, scheduling features... task management features would be great. It's like, more so than anything, it's like, if they had that, that'd be amazing. Because I have to use, like, outside platforms for that. But it'd be really cool if they did have that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm doing the hard part now, which is getting this owl's head to turn smoothly. This is like what I complain about regarding Mordecai, which is just like this slow, subtle motion is hard. This is the toughest stuff. And you gotta be like super finicky.
Moving in tiny increments. Yeah.
The littlest, teeniest increments, and like they cannot wiggle, and you have to like keep negative space is like super important.
Yeah, if all the features aren't anchored together properly,
yeah, it'll like wiggle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get the beak down because the beak is like the center.
Mm-hmm.
And if I get the beak down, then it makes everything else, it can line up everything up against the beak, basically, but it's very easy to let this slide. It's like, this is something that existed in the rough that was hard to resolve, and really I should have planned this out a little bit better. Would probably have avoided this much labor, but now I'm married to it, so now I have to fix it on the go. But I didn't feel like drawing out pizzas. I was watching Moriarty the Patriot during my food break. Did I tell you about that?
Yeah, it's sort of a like class warfare.
Yeah. Class warfare using Moriarty from Sherlock Holmes is like the storytelling medium, and you're telling it from his perspective, and he's instead like a champion of the lower class and stuff.
Yeah, sort of gives him a backstory about how he got into crime.
Mm-hmm.
How he became the Napoleon of crime or whatever. Well, everybody seems impressed by your owl animation. However, frustrating it might be at this point.
I'm not frustrated. I'm fine.
Good.
That's like saying, "Oh, Tracy, you must be so frustrated painting."
Yeah. It's like it's a mixture of feelings. Some of them are frustration. Some of them are
I feel like frustration's part of it. It's like you can't feel satisfied without the frustration.
Yeah, right. You can't tease out some of those. You almost have to feel frustrated before you can feel satisfied with it.
Yeah.
If it all comes so easily, like you lose interest in doing it.
Yeah, it's like I relish the challenge.
Luke says, I really love animating musical timing, specifically dancing. I feel like people forget that dancing looks great in animation too. It's
no, that's beautiful. I mean, animation is like the art of motion, so, and dancing is too, so, absolutely.
Yeah. We've got someone working on a dancing animation right now.
Yeah, we got Sagan, and it's coming out horrifying. So far,
I mean, only because
it's just roughed out right now, and so
they had to rough it out. They had to rough out the foot movement, which is granted is not easy to tell. Like, if you watch a video of someone doing the Charleston, unless they're doing it slowly to explain to you what they're doing, it's just like a blur of legs flapping everywhere, which is exactly where the word flapper came from.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like Sagan had like a placeholder Ivy head in there, like, and it just is standing still while the rest of her body moves, so it looks exactly like.
It's pretty good.
Like Pennywise the clown doing his.
It's slightly unnerving. So that made us laugh pretty hard.
I was so tempted to take that GIF of Pennywise doing the dance and put like Freckle in the foreground, just like looking at him with like sweat drops. Like, come dance, Freckle.
I want that drawing now. I want that Freckle. Tracy, give us that doodle. He's a shorthand boy. Shorthand that boy. Come dance, Freckle. Not sure if want.
Let's see if I can find a.
This elicits many confusing emotions in me. I'm not sure there are words for them. But Freckle, everyone loves clowns.
Let me see if I can find a big enough GIF of that I can edit it.
It's so funny how the most time-consuming thing is just the head turn. And yet it's really just like some circles easing in and out. And then I did a cheat with the beak. Beak is really only like 2 drawings. And then I, like, establish a center line there. To kind of give the illusion of, like, more going on than there is. Bye, Nox. Thank you again for the chicken, Nox. I made more. I ate some more chicken. When I get when I get that chicken, it comes with like 6 or 7 pieces, so I'm able to split that thing into like 2 or 3 meals. It's pretty good. The chicken tenders are quite big. Good stuff. Cheating is a tradition in animation. You cheat. It looks better when you cheat. It's like, sure, I could draw the beak by hand going here to there, but you know what? That's not important. Rather not. It doesn't look better either. In fact, I dare say it might look worse, so this is a cheat. I like how it looks like the bird is breathing slightly. Because it like drops its shoulders ever so slightly subtly. So I think, why does that illusion exist? Thank you for the follow, Mr. Swift. Thank you, Quinn Decker, for the follow. I'm getting several follows today. Hooray! Go me! Wow. People so generous with their follows. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are enjoying Owl. Owl's compelling.
Are you still there, or did the audio?
Yep,
just
I'm here.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
no, I've just been
I was like,
very
it got
quiet.
so quiet.
Yeah. I know you're not used to hearing me shut up, but
You're really into your work.
duh. You know, I can be very quiet. When I get sucked into what I'm doing, I shut up. It happens. But yeah, like folks know me as such a freaking chatterbox that when I get really quiet, they're like, something wrong, and I'm just like, oh, I just want to be quiet. Sometimes most often if I'm quiet, it's because I'm quiet. There now, Owl breathes a little bit. That's not good. Not good, that sucked. Killed the motion. Oh my goodness. What? Thanks. Thanks, Chris. boy is going to bed. The boy. Oh boy. Oh, you can't hear the Kofi sound? Wait a second. Let me, should work. It should work. The Kofi sound. Here, let me, oh, wow, that didn't do it. Well, it should work. Hey, Clint, are there any packages that got delivered? Yeah. Val's expecting cookies to arrive to us. Yeah, like today, potentially. Check to see if... Like, I went out earlier, but I didn't see him, but it was, like, too early for the postman anyway. Oh yeah, it doesn't show. That's weird. Well, it's odd that the Kofi noise doesn't show. Let's see. I want to see if I can't fix this. Where's the damn sound? How is it not? Oh, I know why. It's because I have voice meter doing its thing. Discord voice chat. So right now, getting Discord music, but it's funny because I'm having music play and that's showing. But why doesn't the Kofi thing go? Properties, Kofi. Let's see, it should work. That's annoying. Okay, let's see here. Okay, that's not it. Uh oh, what did I just do? Okay. No, nothing? Alright, I'll let Val know. Val, why are you staying up just to find out if cookies arrived? Go to bed. Glad you like the Rocky thing. Let's see. If any of the... Let's test to see. It's like, did none of the notification sounds play? There's the alert box. That's weird. Yeah, this is the alert box should have stuff. So testing things. Nothing. That's weird. Why is nothing going through? That's annoying. All these things are, like, they come with their own individual sound input, so why aren't they working? It's very odd. Let's see. Streamlabs, alerts, no sound. Let's see. Mute only, mute output. Okay. Go to automated, choose monitor only, mute output. Okay. Let's see. Let's make sure that in case something goes wacky. Oh. Down mix to mono. Oh, I think I see what the problem is. Let's get all that in there then. Let's down mix that to mono too. Monitor only. Now test and alert. Okay. So Let's see if this works. I just do. Will that work? No. Okay. Monitor only mute output. Monitor off. Monitor and output. Ah, jeez, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I can't hold it in much longer. I'll be right back. His gloves off. Nico! Nico boy! Nico! You got a lot to say! Little guy! You got so much to say! Okay, I'm back, and I have a marshmallow in my mouth. I have a marshmallow. Super good. Let's see if I can't solve this problem. Tracks. Monitor off. Oh, is this it? Let's try this. Alright, monitor off. Let's see. You don't see shit. Audio monitoring and monitor off. Let's see here. I'm looking at what folks be saying. Don't use sound effect longer than 10 seconds for your alert. That's not it. Test your alert in browser source. Okay, no, it's definitely making a sound. It's just not coming through. Streamlabs pop up and no audio. Select the bits tabs.
What's the trouble?
Okay, so all my alert sounds are not coming through.
Oh.
The thing is that they're separate audio sources in OBS, so they should be able to come through without an issue, but... Go to your dashboard alerts page. Select bits tab, scroll all the way down to the variants section where those variants is probably overriding your alerts section. Settings. Yes, this person says, I'm getting sound when I test my alerts, but no sound when I'm streaming / recording. I'm using Google Chrome. OBS. Browser source able to create a sound, or if the sound it's creating doesn't have a path to the capture. Oh, that's probably why. Okay. I have to feed browser sounds into my, into Voicemeeter. I think that's why. Because it's a browser sound. And so if it's not being fed into Voicemeeter, you're not going to hear these sounds. So...
Yeah.
Well, let me do that. Let me get that figured out. Voicemeeter banana. Let's get banana up. Banana net. Na. Okay. Cable. Alright. Now, what do I gotta do? Is hardware out, speakers to USB-C. What I need to do is input browser audio into the correct thing. So, I'll go to settings, see if this is something I can adjust in settings, maybe. Advanced. Scroll. Where's the audio? Audio settings for this. That's not good. You and your Google. Sure, okay. I want settings for my browser. Can I feed my browser sound into the aux? Please. I don't know. I'm gonna, maybe Newt knows. the Ark. I'm trying to figure out how to fix this browser audio issue. I think I know what's going on. I just don't know how to solve it. I think that'll take like a little bit of finagling. Unless I can add an audio source independently in here. I don't think so. Oh well. For right now, the alert sounds aren't popping up. I will figure it out, but it's a frustrating thing. Yeah, it's just trying to figure out how to feed the browser sounds into the appropriate output. Because right now I have my audio, like, right now all you guys can hear is my Discord as far as system audio goes. And that's on purpose so I could listen to music without, like, getting dinged. But I gotta figure out how to do browser sounds, otherwise you guys can't hear my alert sounds. Desktop audio. Yeah, no, it's... I'm using Streamlabs Arc King. It's because browser audio isn't being fed through the appropriate output. Okay, Newt doesn't know how to solve it either. Is that fucking Dave? Hi, Dave. It's a different Dave. It's a different fucking Dave. I'd be surprised if Dave jumped into my stream, honestly. I'd be like, oh, is he bored? The almighty Dave. Who is the almighty Dave, anyway? I mean, there's a really easy way to find out. I could just message Jay and be like, hey, what's your Twitch name? And then I would know for sure. But I also wouldn't put it past him to fuck with me. If it's SL Streamlabs, those are actually have a specific audio source. You can add them, I just don't remember exactly where. Yeah, I mean, I see them in my mixer. Here, I'll show you guys. Watch out, that's gonna double up, but... So I can see my alert box here. And, like, if I click these, I can hear them, but they don't play here. And that's a problem. See, watch. Nothing. But I heard the ding. So... Yeah, I just think that the sound is being fed through a browser, but browser sources don't... I can't get browser sources to play in here. It's very frustrating. Sure there's a way to do it, but I just haven't figured it out yet. Some wired guy from Twitter, it's a Twitter Dave. How's the stream going? It's okay, but I can't figure out how to get my stream sounds to play properly. My alert sounds. Like, damn it. Come on. Why is it so dim? The owl is an owl. Owls. It's kind of a big joke on Nina. It's not. It's just an owl. It's meant to kind of look like Nina a little bit. Yes, there are owls. There's normal animals in this world, yes. It's just that everybody who would be a human is a cat instead. That's all. Can the owl do a flip? Now I'm curious. It's sort of doing a flip. Let's see. How many more frames do I got? Oops. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 frames. Might add a few more also as well. Pending. Alright. Goodbye, other Dave. feel like I need some sugar or something right now. Need some sugar. Alright, I'm gonna go get a bit of sugar, I think. Need like some tea or something. I'll be right back. Can enjoy the owl in the meantime. Let's get you. Bring that up to my ear. So I might enjoy a sound. There we go. Ugh. Stretching out my back. Let's see here. Nina did well guarding the stream. Yeah. Good job, Nina Owl. Alright, I got me some tea. I got some low caffeine chai. This is like I want a little caffeine. Not a lot of caffeine, but a little caffeine. Would be nice. Ah. Tracy, what did you do? Tracy, no. Oh, this is what you've been working on in private, huh? I'm showing stream. Here, buddy. This is why Tracy is not one of the animators.
Not allowed.
Not allowed. With the fucking lips, though. That's way too much effort. And also, little enough effort. This is proof positive. Freckle loves clowns. Yeah. Loves clowns.
It's the dancing, really, that scares him.
Not sure if the fucking lips.
I should have pasted Ivy's face over Pennywise's, but I
No.
don't have time to fuck around with this.
You sure should do that. It's like, what would it be? It's just her hair bouncing slightly, head getting closer. That's so much effort.
Yeah, because you have to like track it to each frame manually. It's
In After Effects, there's something that automatically does that.
of course.
It's actually not too difficult to use. I used it myself to pin an animation to a bit of video. Taniko did a tutorial on it. One second. I will give you a video on how to abuse things. Where is it? Pretty sure I thought he put it on his, here it is. Thanks, Chris. Freckle entering shoe hell now this. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Freckle has 11 visions of hell.
Here you go.
Thank you.
It's pretty easy to do, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I don't know if you have After Effects, though.
I don't.
Do you have a...
I have only Photoshop and Lightbox.
Hey, well, give me an Ivy head and... maybe I can do you a favor.
If you really want to. Hold on.
I feel like it's necessary.
Alright, let me
Yeah,
think
I get
of
it.
an ID. Well, we've got like a ton of those emojis. One of those would have to work. Like,
Do you want to use the emoji, or do you want to make Ivy make it a threatening it face?
I mean, she's making threatening faces in the emojis too, so like some of them are scary. Like,
That is some shitpost material.
here's a, you can use this one.
Okay. One second, let me get After Effects up. Okay, yeah, that one's perfect.
Alright, let me give you the PSD file I had.
Or I could just track it. Let me save that out. Ivy Scary. That's the name of it. I don't need the PSD. I think I only really need the GIF, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's see.
I compressed it, so I figure I might as well give you the larger
Give me a huge thing.
source file.
Birth of a shitpost. haven't watched this. It's so fucking stupid. This is how I know that you're feeling a little saucy tonight, Tracy. I'm gonna just a little bit. You finally broke.
Listen, this is how I keep myself from being depressed during pandemic. So humor me.
This is rather than how I keep my sanity. It's like no, that's not the phrase. Sanity long since lost.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You
gotta maintain your
out.
soul. This is how I
Right.
kept my soul in my body during the pandemic. Let me help you with that task.
Be my guest.
Torturing Freckle gives me life. It's true, Mr. Swip. We love to torment the boy. It's a national pastime. Saving the video for your Frepper drive. Yeah, let me help. Don't worry, I gotta improve it. Good to see you haven't lost your sense of humor. Fine, fuck you. Just draw over you then. It occurred to me yesterday that this is actually the longest I've been employed in a while. Most of my jobs end after 4 months at longest.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
been a year?
Yeah.
Well, a little more
Well,
than that because,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I've been dedicating. This has been basically my
Yeah.
full time for a year now, yeah. Because February I was definitely only working on this. I think I was
Right.
still at the time that's when Scout came to me and asked me if I wanted to go do some work for, I think it was Bento.
yeah, you must have been finishing up the Game Grumps animation around this
Yeah,
time.
that's what I was doing.
And then
Trying to get that done, and I was desperate to get that done because I knew that this was coming, and I did not
Yeah,
want
then
these things to
then we had to-
cross.
Yeah, then we started really drilling down on the Kickstarter.
Yeah, that was huge. But yeah, this is the longest I've been employed in a while. The next longest job that I had was when I worked for what was then called Mike Moonscoop. Something else now, but
What is it now?
I don't know. It might be Mike Young Productions again.
Sometimes- Oh, okay. Sometimes it's just best to forget.
It's I could find out, but I just don't care. That was the worst job I had. It's I could have probably gotten more work from those guys if I'd come back. And I actively said no. Even as tight as anything ever has gotten. I was just I don't want to work for those guys again. That was so miserable. heck? D. The hell?
What's the matter?
You said, "What's the matter?" The way you said it.
What's the matter, you?
What's the matter with you? I don't know. What's the matter with you? It was one of my colors disappeared. What the hell? The heck? I don't know. My color. It turned into the wrong thing. Something happened. My black turned into this. That's not right. The fuck? That's one odd situation, yo. Why did it... The heck? This is bogus. The hell? That's not good. What the hell is black? Why are you black though? No. This is a problem. Problem. Okay, what I need to do is select color. All right. Apply to all frames. Black. There. Odd error. I accidentally deleted a swatch somehow, and, well, that was ass, so had to fix that. Alright, you got that big GIF exported, yes, so I can corrupt it?
Oh, yeah, there's the PSD is in the...
Oh, you giving me the PSD, I see.
Yeah.
Alright.
the GIF I had downloaded was already pretty janky, so it is what it is.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I don't mind that. I just want to make sure that I'm not like compressing something and then compressing it again.
Yeah.
I gotta start from the cleanest source possible, so this shit supposed to be as quality as you can get it.
I can just give you a better GIF if you want.
No! You shall not. Okay. Whoops. That's not what I want. This is what I want. Uh-oh. It didn't go good. That's not great. I'll just save the GIF instead and do that. Because apparently it didn't do its thing right. I'm just gonna save that GIF and do it over that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you shrink it? Or is that full size?
I did.
Could you export it full sized?
Yeah.
Because it's not behaving.
Okay.
It's being bad dog. It's a very bad dog. From PST to PTSD. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the thank you for the quality, Tracy.
Oh yeah, I definitely brought the quality here.
Here comes quality. Here it comes. So that
What more could you ask?
nothing really.
Put your heart out, James Cameron. Here comes my.
This is how I know. You know, this will be a great production when you see shit like this. Like, oh yeah, yeah. No, this is fine. Everything's fine. All right, I named it Freckle. Not sure if. There we go. Now I can work off of that. Making something terrible. Second, I'm just updating someone's name across all the sheets. Second, update this one other thing. Let's make sure this is updated here as well. Wait. There we go. Okay, that's all fixed now. And now back to my ship post. Threatening auras. Cats with threatening auras, that's what this is. Thank you very much for the follow, Awkward. This is awkward also. Let's see. I want to tint this. I'm going to tint this slightly red. Oh, no, that's... I might wait to... this to also... yeah. Alright, now I just gotta track it. Alright, how the fuck do I do this? I gotta rewatch the tutorial. Let's see. So I have to make a null. Okay. New null object. Got it.
Step in time.
It's step in time, Freckle. Trying to. Oh. There we go. Track motion. Oops. Oh. That must. Just looking up the information. Motion source, current track. Motion source. Here we go. Okay, that's. Alright. Hey! Hey, that's not what I want. Go back to here. Yeah, okay. No. No. Motion source. This. Yeah, here we go. No. There we go. Motion target, no, that's not what I want. No. This is not what I want. Get rid of that. Current track. Motion source is this. Current track, none. Not sure if none. Freckle GIF. Track type, none. Why? Crack type, none. Damn it, come on. Come on. What are you poopsies? Parent link. Okay, maybe the problem is something else. When he created them null, what did he do? I've done this before. It's easy, I just forgot how to do it. Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Track motion. Ocean target. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. See. Is this show there? No? It's odd. Why is this not showing up? Run. Where the heck did the ivy face go? Is there something wrong with it? Oh, that's what happened. Okay. I see what happened. Okay, I was just in the wrong thing. Ocean source. Apply. Yes. And this. Uh-oh. Apply. The heck? Why? Apply. Why does it keep applying to this and not that? Motion target. Edit target. Ah, that's the problem. Okay. Apply. Oops. Source. And edit target. Yes. And apply. To that. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, now it's working. There we go. There we go. It took me a second. It's very straightforward, but I just forgot how to do it. But you see now. Gonna make another null. This is fine. Everything's fine. Tracker type. Can I add another tracker, please? None. Tracker. Give me another tracker. Track motion. Yeah, tracker 2. Hell yeah. Go. Fan-fucking-tastic. Alright. Edit target. Target will be null 2. And then we go in here. No, null 2. That was, is the null going? Let's see. It is not yet. So let's fix that. Ocean source, tracker 2, edit target. Hehe, yeah. Apply. Yes. Alright. See? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We make a good team, you and I. Alright, let's see this beast. Here's the playback. Where are you, playback? I need you. Imagery, preview. Here we go. I can make it even better. There's a way to make this even better.
I'm seeing it with a delay from what you're seeing, so. Her head just getting bigger and less.
Uh-oh. Make it go Reddit or two. Let's see. What else I got here? Color correction. Levels. Here we go. Ah, that's not great. It's, color correction. Curves. Hell yeah. Okay. And then by the end here, it's gonna get jank. There we go.
Oh my god.
Well, again, it'll make it even better. Oh, we get more. Hold on now. Can I make it glow? How do I make this glow? Generate. Can I generate a glow? What we got? Lens flare, nah. Let's mesh warp this. Hell yeah. Not sure if. Oh god, this is getting good.
The slight jitter on her face at the end there is fucking terrifying.
Hello, welcome to Lackadaisy. I hope you're having a great time. Why is it doing that? Why is it do the weird warp bit at the end? It shouldn't do that.
No, it's attacking the viewer.
I needed to start to glow at the end. There's a glow effect. Stylize. Glow! Here we go. Yes! Yes! Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, there's the hellfire.
Yeah. Mom was right! Girls are scary! Oh no! Oh, I don't know about this Sprinkle! I don't know about this Rocky, I don't know. A little much, man. Okay, composite original. Net glow operation add. Yes, but threshold dimensions A to B. Where is this is great. Incandescent. Trying to figure out how to. That's fine. Trying to figure out how to make it so that so it can like compositing options. Go intensity composite original on top. Behind. None. Glow operation. No. Go based on color channels. Threshold mesh warp.
Several people have shown up in the chat going, what in the hell did I just walk into?
I don't know, your guess, not mine. You figure it out. It's your fault. You're the one who arrived. Maybe you should figure out your own shit. Just a thought. Maybe you're the one with the problem. Have you thought about that? Hmm? I'm not the one with the problem, you're the one with the problem. Shh.
It's a long story. I'm not
No,
sure
it's
telling
not.
it would make this any better.
It's not a long story at all.
Kind of it is, because like explaining where this even came from. Some things are better left unexplained anyway.
It's the Charleston. That's all you need to know. It's the Charleston. 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 Do 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 do. Charleston. Charleston. Damn it. That red underneath there. I don't like that. Let's see what the... I think... Alright, I fucked it up with this glow. This glow's no good. I'm gonna try something else. Stylize. Find edges. Well. Nah. Let's just try glow again. Because, like, I think... Intensity... Need this to...
Wowza Bubby says, you know, I woke up from a nightmare to watch this stream and I think I want to go back to the nightmare.
I'm glad you're having a good time, guys. I'm having a great time. Who else is having a good time? You having a good time, Tracy? Yeah.
I can't believe how much time we've already invested in this.
That's because it's an investment. You know, don't need to add grain. It's gonna get kind of crap once I export it anyway, so. Yay. How's it going, kids? The subtle mesh warp really makes it upsetting. Quarantine really hit, huh? Yeah? What? What of it? You saying something? Was that mate?
What, you mean this isn't normal?
What? This is fine. This is totally normal. Absolutely, completely normal, and the fine best is. Yep. I want this. I want an animated GIF, please. Is that not an option? Alright. Alright. Stupid. I'm gonna use media encoder just to make a GIF. Just another day in Little Daisy Cafe, says Schmoopy. Yep! Perfectly normal day! Welcome to my streams! This is what it's like! Imagine if this was one of the last things left by humanity.
Put it in
I know! This is my legacy right here. This is it. God fucking damn it, would you just... What? Excuse me. Yes. Get rid of that. Animate the GIF. See here. It would strike fear into all other beings in the universe. I'm defending the planet! Praise me. See if that works. This is to Charleston. This is what all the flappers did back in the day. Alright, let's see if that worked. Oh yeah. A collaboration. Okay. There you go. A treasure.
It's amazing. It's a 3-second horror story.
Looping 3-second horror story. This seems fine, Freckle. Time to dance, Freckle.
Tag Sagan.
Sagan, please be alive right now. The jittering is what makes it really good, though. It's perfect. It's perfect. This is it. That's the short. We can quit now. Yeah, $300,000.
Roll credits.
$300,000. This is what
Just
you
play,
get.
Olive Branch over it, but like at super high speed.
Deeply concerning.
This is gonna end up on Twitter, isn't it?
Well, when are you putting it on Twitter? Are you saying I have to?
No.
Aw, Tracy, you're really bad at pressuring people.
I'll post it tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
No, that's a
I have to
tonight
sleep
thing.
on it first.
No, you don't sleep on magic.
It's so
You don't sleep on magic, Tracy. You strike while the iron's hot. What's wrong with you? I'm posting it.
No, you're just gonna be striking while everyone's
I'm posting it in response to Sagan.
No, you gotta give it its own post.
Oh, I can give it its own post, but I am posting a response to Sagan right now. There it is. Now it's on the internet.
Fly free little animated GIF.
Yeah, this is a good use of our skills. Yep. A YouTube Penmark says, my sister is a huge fan of It, so she roared laughing. Nice. He says, I enjoyed that so much I showed it to my family as they passed by and they loved it.
Well, if nothing else, we have entertained ourselves.
Isn't that the goal? Are we supposed to be entertaining other people?
Oh,
Tracy, this is news to me.
Yes.
Other people. What other people? There's other people? Since when? I say to an audience of 10s. Entire 10s! A 10s of audience. Well, Tracy, any regrets yet? Involving me and your shit?
Only my entire life now.
Find you a friend who encourages you the worst in you. That's called a writing partner.
Oh, there's Satan is responding.
Long type. Typing. Screams. Now add the Charleston music, but slow it down to satanic pitch. Charleston. 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 I still can't believe that was a thing in middle school. I don't know why the kids were so into it. Wowza Bubby says, wow, I do not exist.
Imagine how dull life would be if we'd ever bothered to grow up.
We wouldn't be cartoonists.
No.
You go, you know how I need to spend my time in order to unwind when I come back from a long day? You were like, I'm gonna draw cats tap dancing, and I was like, I'm gonna draw blood. I'll draw adorable kitties in little suits. And they go pew pew. And that was a career. And now I get to draw the adorable kitties in suits going pew pew. And everybody cried. I give Val grief about. I was like, that story's not very stream appropriate, and then I go and make this thing. Oh yeah, Fable, totally not a hypocrite or nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like no, that story could fly. It just wasn't upsetting enough. He's got to crank it up. Up the ante. Make it really ludicrous. Then it's good.
Someone respond. Oh, it was our king. What you see after you imbibe.
Freckles' growing fear of clowns. Wow, so Bubby says, now put them together and what do you get? A trip to the vet.
I'm liking Jack's Nico walk there.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, I gotta go take care of some stuff.
Okay.
Cats need feeding.
No, they don't. Let them eat each other. It'll take care of itself. You'll DV down a few cats and you'll have some fuller cats. Problem solved.
Suspect they'd probably eat me first. Alright, good night everyone. Thanks for joining us for this bizarre hell trip we've been on.
Oh. I suppose I should get off. I mean, I'm almost done with this owl, but...
Well, I'll be gone for about 20 minutes, but I'll come back if you're still on. I'll hop back
Okay.
on.
I think I'll still be on after 20 minutes. I just want to get this owl done. Determined. It's not that much left. At least get most of the owl done. I want to build the TPL for it tomorrow. Uh-oh. Yep, I'm still streaming. I'm trying to get this owl done, or at least close to done. I think I only have a few frames left. So, 1, 2. Yeah, I only have a few frames left. I should probably stop, but it's so tempting to just do those last couple frames. Hmm. 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 Should get those last few drawings done. One, two. Yeah, I mean, it's only 2 more drawings. And then tomorrow I only have like a minimal amount of stuff I have left to do then. Thank you for the follow, Guaros. Let's see here. Let's see how this goes.
Looking really nice.
Hey.
Hey.
About done with the owl.
Yeah.
I was like, I only got like 2 drawings left. I can do it. So I think if I jump on this tomorrow, what I might do is add like a couple of cushion frames here and there just to smooth out this one transition, if that's even necessary. And then of course I got to do the shadow and a little bit of leaf, just some leaves reacting to the flap.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's feeling pretty good.
Good.
Let's see here. Let's export that. Let's see how that exports. Have been working 7 hours straight. I ate some food in between. It's fine.
It's a lot of work still.
Getting stuff done. Let's see, let's get this. 33AB. Let's see here. Yep.
Penmark says, and you made a wonderful it meme. I don't know if wonderful is the word I would use.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Full of wonder.
So much wonder. That was responsible. That's terrifying. Ivy Bell just goes, I can't download this GIF.
I guess we can post it on Lackacord.
Yeah, let me just do that right now then.
Okay.
I'll just put it in art. This is art, right?
Grace them with our work of art. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And Newt wasn't responsive to me. He's like, what did you do?
It is a finished work of art. Thank you.
Yes. It's extremely art. It's a good collaboration. I just love Freckles' weird puffed out lips. He's just the dumbest. Money well spent. Oh yeah. Yeah. Kickstarter, all that Kickstarter money is just for that. And this owl. This glorious owl. It's a loud shout. I think that owl came out pretty good. I was rather nervous about how the head turn would go, but it.
No, the head turn looks great.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on that. Because that could easily look bad.
Yeah, I get it. I think the dimensionality to without the features floating around.
And I was mostly worried about like parts of the face going faster than other parts. That was my concern. I was like one eye moving slightly faster than the other eye. I don't want that. The owl slipped. This is true. The owl slip. Comedy owl. Dramatic comedy owl.
It's vaudeville owl.
Yeah. Alright, folks. Let's end the stream. I'm going. I'm leaving. Want to hear a joke? Sure, Dave. Before I leave, I want to hear a joke. Give me the joke, Dave. Other Dave. The owl saw Ivy Wise. Yes. Ivy Wise. An awesome little sudden response to Ivy Wise. Because you can't spell Lackadaisy without. Ah! Sal from Impractical Jokers. I don't understand the reference. What's that? Alright. Well, bye, Dave. You have returned and now I must go. Goodbye, other Dave.
Good night, everybody.
I will inform Dave Captivale that there was a different Dave in my stream. People briefly thought was him. Because apparently they don't... There's only one Dave. Did you know? There's only
Yes,
one.
there's
Yeah.
just that one.
That one Dave.